Today, gentlemen, is a beautiful day, an amazing day, and an incredible day to be an American. Because Taco Bell has decided to create, I don't even know why, the Mountain Dew Baja Blast Pie. It was $20. I went over there to Taco Bell earlier today, and I asked them if they had a pie. They said, yeah, but let me see if you got one. I don't know if you got one. And they're like, you can only buy one. And I'm like, wait a minute. I guess there must be a bunch of hogs showing up trying to get as many as possible. But, yeah, I bought a pie. It was, not sponsored? No, not sponsored, nothing like that. It's just a good time. And so I paid $20 for this motherfucker. So, slice, yours is a slice of luck. Isn't that nice? What does it say on the back? Chill out with a slice, cut frozen with a warm, wet knife, and thaw in fridge for 30 minutes. Sharing it with friends. Okay, I don't have to worry about that. So, let's go back, and we're going to open it up. We're going to see how it goes, all right? So, here we go. All right. Oh, my God, you're smashing it up? No, I'm not. All right. Here we go. You guys ready? What the fuck? Just a minute. I'm trying to... The fuck? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I don't want to mess the box up. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So we've got ourselves... These look like the, you know those like ice cream pies that they have at the grocery store? Like the Marie Callender ones? This is basically the same thing. And it's a turquoise color right here. Let's see if they have the nutrition facts on it. Wow. Ingredients... Fuck it. All right. So let's try it out. Here we go. And I'll cut this open. I've got obviously all plastic silverware. Sugar. You guys want to know how much sugar it has? Let me see. How much sugar does it have? Total sugars only 52%. It only has 52%. And so, yeah, it could be a lot more. And let me go back. I'm going to move this over here. Okay, and move that. Put it right there. Actually, let me make it up closer so that way you guys can read it. There we go. All right, guys. Let's try this out. So we have ourselves a nice little pie. I'll open up the little wrapper and everything. And here we go. Wow, look at that. And take this, put that in the garbage. Opening it up. It's radioactive. Yeah, I know. I am too. You know what it smells like? It smells like my chemistry class. You know, like you open up the fridge of all the stuff in there? Yeah. Well, that's good. I always liked that class. It was nice. Actually, I didn't. Okay, so let's look at the consistency, okay? Ooh, it's kind of like, it's like, not Jell-O. It's kind of like pudding, basically. It's kind of like a pudding pie. Okay, so that's the consistency. You can see kind of, there's a little bit right here. And let me go back. I actually have to push it down because it has a crust around it. So I want to make sure that I do that and I don't break it. Okay. And I'm going to cut myself a small little slice. Okay. There we go. I do not have one of those things. This is like a soup. Okay. As much as I want to lick the knife, I'm not going to. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we've got ourselves the pie right here. It is, I would say, a cream pie. And let me go. I'm going to make sure that we have the little piece of it cut out as well. Let me just get the rest of this out of there, because obviously I want to make sure that it's clean. I think this is the kind of thing that you put in the it's the kind of thing that you put in the freezer rather than the refrigerator. Okay, so the first bite we're going to take is just going to be the crust as well as the actual white cream. Okay, you guys ready? Here we go. Let me get a little bit more of it. So the crust is really good. The crust has a great aftertaste. The flavor is so hard to... It's so hard to pin down. I think the closest thing that I can think to this flavor is... So, there's like a Trix yogurt for kids that's like purple. And it's kind of like that. But not quite. So, it does look like you're eating toothpaste. You're right. We're going to get a little bit of the whipped cream, too, as well. Let's get into that. Ooh. 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 All right, here we go. With the whipped cream also. He hates it. I hate it. I think the whipped cream really ties it together. It does. And there's a lot of whipped cream on the cake, too.
As a doctor, this makes me really upset. Not only is the life expectancy going down several years in a row now, but it's how we're dying. And this is your age group, 15 to 49. Watch this. You know what I'm watching? This is a huge problem. Wow. As a doctor, this makes me really upset. Not only is the life expectancy going down several years in a row now, but it's how we're dying. And this is your age group, 15 to 49. Watch this.
I don't know what the fuck, but here's what it is. Okay, we're gonna get another one, right? We're gonna get another bite. This is the last one. Okay, so we're gonna get the whole thing right here.
Why have people in China started massively buying such realistic dolls? Right now, factories in China are producing a huge number of life-sized female dolls, and the demand for them isn't just staying high, it keeps growing every month. These dolls are made to be full height, just like a real person, and they're so realistic that it's almost impossible to tell them apart from real women. Engineers don't miss a single detail. The unique thing is that they're made entirely out of soft, skin-like silicone tone, which makes them look and feel even more lifelike. The demand for such dolls is especially high among men over 30, who, by strange coincidence, usually don't have girlfriends or partners. Many of them admit that being next to a doll makes them feel calm and comfortable. She doesn't argue, doesn't complain, and is always there. Some even marry them and treat them as if they were real women, and no one yet can fully understand what exactly caused such a massive wave of fascination with these dolls. Why have people in China started massively buying such realistic dolls? Right now, factories in China are producing
Today I'll be competing in my first ever timber sports competition. Only one problem. I didn't prepare. Now please get me down.
Timber sports is often called the original extreme sport, and for good reason. Because it requires a mastery of 5 extremely difficult woodcutting skills. And although I have no idea what I'm doing, I entered a real competition with only a few hours to prepare.
People train their lives for this. I got a few hours.
But thankfully I had an advantage, because what better way to learn a new sport than from the best of the best? Or in this case,
Matt Koger, the #1 timber sports athlete. Let's go, my guy. And now he's gonna teach me how to replace him.
Matt started off by showing me this chainmail that they wear on their feet during the underhand block chop, which is one of the 5 events that I'll be competing in just a little under 3 hours.
We stand on top of the block and cut underneath your feet.
You're swinging at your feet.
No, you're not swinging at your feet, you're swinging under your feet.
Under your feet.
Yeah,
in between.
You're swinging at the log, you're not swinging at your feet.
Of course I'm not gonna swing my feet, but it's basically swinging at your feet, man.
Yes.
Up in front, directly down.
Just up in front of you, just like that. They're about shoulder height.
Yep. Oh my God. Oh.
As soon as Matt started chopping, it
my.
became very clear to me that this was not going to be as easy as I thought it would be.
Bro.
Because although I have experience chopping wood at home with my parents,
Dude, that was crazy. Is it normal to be scared in the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
this was going to be a lot different.
I used to cut wood with my dad.
Yep.
So my goal is I'm trying to place first here and send him a selfie of me holding that trophy to prove that it all paid off.
And then straight down.
Okay.
Just like that.
Oh, that's scary. This is a lot more complex than I thought it was. I thought you just come here, swing an axe at a piece of wood, chop it in half, and you're good. There's so much technicality to it.
But after a little bit more practice and guidance from Matt, I started to get the hang of it.
Keep it in front of you and then come down with it. There you go. See, that's a really good hit, that one. Yeah.
We're going clockwise motion,
That's
hitting
good.
boom, 1 spot, 2, 3, and 4.
And now you'll keep doing that until you come off.
Yeah, son, you don't know me.
Until you come off.
Yeah, son, you don't know me, son.
Everything you're learning here is exactly the same thing that they were learning in the timber industry in the forests in the 1900s.
That's crazy. How long has this sport been around?
I want to say like the first official sport was like 1880.
We just wrapped up the underhand chop. We're gonna move on to the other disciplines. There's a bunch of like experts here. Basically, I have a few hours to learn how to do all this, and then we compete. Let's hope we don't cut a leg off.
I basically just defied death. Moving on to the next discipline, the chainsaw, which I was extremely excited for, but not as excited as some of my fans that showed up to cheer me on.
Subscribe! Road to 10 mil! You guys ready to see a Timber Sports champion? All my fans showed up. AJ, let's go, baby.
Yeah.
We got our chainsaw-proof pants on. Pretty stylish.
Oh yeah, they're great.
What are the chances of this like causing death?
Death. You're in.
And the chainsaw also turned out to be a little bit more complicated than I thought, because there's a lot of rules involved with just cutting this piece of wood.
Your hands have to be over this line until they say go.
Okay. You want me to say go?
Huh?
Want me to say
Yeah,
go?
give me a 3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1, go! Bravo! Holy crap.
Yes. Keep your thumb hooked.
It'll be my pointer because I'm lefty.
Oh, you're lefty. Not anymore. You don't run a chainsaw left-handed.
Really?
Yep.
Oh no. I know where I messed up. I went lefty. The goal is to have two probably even discs. So I obviously did one very thin near the end and one thick. And if I would have went all the way and not made a full disc, DQ.
So let's just hope that I don't do that when I'm actually competing. On to the next event, also known as the standing block, which is gonna be tough, but luckily I had a great teacher.
What we're going to look at is, see, these are knots.
Okay.
We want to
avoid that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just check the
Screw
block
that.
first.
And what was your name again?
Steve,
Steve.
see those angles?
Yeah.
They're good.
Pretty much 45 degrees.
Let me open this up.
Yeah, open her up. Come on now. Yeah. Let's go, Steve. So you were like kind of...
It's nice and slow.
Although I couldn't really afford to go slow because if I wanted to compete, I had to go fast because the pros were not gonna go easy on me.
Make sure that backhand is super tight.
But then I figured it out.
Yeah, that was ass. That was ass.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not on that one, but
Yep.
You gotta look where you're gonna hit. That's it. Good.
Yeah. Sir, yes, Steve. Whoa. Whole ground shaking.
All right, now 1, 2, 3, and that's gonna come off.
Okay. Oh.
All right, very careful now.
Yeah,
One right here, and it's gonna come off. Just be careful. That's it.
Woohoo! The girls back home. My ladies, high five. Boom, boom. First place, you think?
Definitely.
That's right. Up next, we have the single buck. Is this a buck?
It's a saw.
That's
it's a saw,
huge.
yeah. It's
is this?
the buck. The phrase "buck" is buck saw, and buck is to like cut something into two pieces.
oh, and by the way, this is Nathan Waterfield, another world champion lumberjack, who's gonna teach me how to use this saw following my standing block perfection.
Your bottom hand is going to drive the saw. Your top hand helps,
Yep.
but everything is driven from your bottom hand. It's going to be uncomfortable. Most of your effort should be focused on moving the saw back and forth,
Okay.
and not pushing down.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't getting it, which is why Matt came back to help me.
So you get something like 12 inches, and that's all you're doing.
You look cool doing that.
That look all right?
You think I look cool when I do it?
I don't know, we'll see.
Let's find out.
Right through back here. Yep. There you go.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Give it back.
The single buck was definitely not my strong suit, but after enough pulling back and forth,
Through.
It felt way better second half.
Yeah. You're doing
Let's
good
go.
there. Let's go.
That felt good.
with the single Single buck complete, there was only one more skill I had to learn. However, around this time, other competitors began to start their competitions, and I wanted to take some notes.
They are going right now. They're doing the standing chop, standing block. I can't remember the name. I'm studying. I'm not up yet, but I'm gonna be going very soon.
And it was while I took these very important notes that I was made aware of an event that I was not allowed to try.
All right, they're doing the hot saw. It's literally a giant chainsaw with a V8 engine. I am not allowed to do it. The event will not let me touch this thing, but we gotta go see this.
Hands on the wood. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Woo! He was first. He was first. Bro.
Finally, I got to see the one event that made me want to do this in the first place.
This is what you see, the viral videos of the guys literally climbing these trees with pegboards and axes all the way to the top. So let's watch the professionals do this. Let's go. Bro, we're in it right now. We're in it. Okay, here we go. He's going. It's one of those things, it's almost like golf. You don't want to get too loud too early or it might disturb them. Oh, he put the first one in? No way. Bro, oh my gosh. Is he gonna fall? So there are different skill levels, so they're getting staggering starting times in order to combat that. So once they go up one side and chop one side, they have to go down and redo the boards up the other side and chop the other side of the top of the block. Oh my God, look at Nate. Bro, this is crazy. I can do that. I gotta just learn it like once. Bro, go, come on! Let's go! Oh! Now that is timber sport, baby. Bro, that was sick. Are you gonna do it?
Yeah, I'm next heat.
Dude, I'm right after you. I'll be up there soon.
It is not looking too hot in the weather right now. Apparently it might rain while I'm competing, so that's fantastic. We are getting ready. I go on very soon. I am nervous and terrified of everything to come, and I really hope I don't cut my toe off. Very abruptly, the time for messing around was over, and my competition was about to start. So after prepping my logs and getting some last-minute pointers from the professionals...
Oh, easy money. Easy money. I knew that. So that's my chop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to hit it like that.
It was time to get in the winning headspace.
Play ball! Oh, now it's game day. All right, so the competition has officially begun, starting off with the springboard. I had some practice going up earlier, like just going up and climbing and pretending to swing. Oh my God, I hate this. So hopefully that was enough. We got my chainmail.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
We're in! We're in! I gotta chop again. Jesus Christ! I'm up! Is that it? Come on! That was crazy. The adrenaline. Woo! I'll take it. Literally no practice. Holy crap, that was an adrenaline rush. Listen, I cut fat the same way that I cut wood. Instead of an axe, I use the smartest nutrition tracking app there is, Macro Factor.
Following the springboard, it was time to move on to my next competition, which was going to require the skills that I learned from AJ's amazing mustache earlier in the day.
MacroFactor is the fastest nutrition and food tracking app there is on the planet. It is super simple to use. It adjusts your calories for you the same way a coach would. So if you're trying to lose weight, gain muscle, whatever your goals might be, if you're not making progress, it'll automatically adjust your calories to your current metabolism to ensure that you hit your goals. We have to go do the stock saw, which is gonna be starting the saw like we practice, picking it up right-handed even though I'm a lefty, going down and up with 2 cuts, boom, done. Let's go make it happen. With features like barcode scanning, bulk logging your foods, and even the newest feature of AI photo tracking, you can just take a photo of your food and literally log your food and know your calories and macros with just that photo. Go download Macro Factor today. Click that first link in the description. Use code Jesse, and you'll get 2 weeks for free for a free trial. Check it out. We got a comp to go do. Let's get moving.
Timer's ready. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Give them all a big round of applause. We'll see.
Yo, what I get, like second? Did I get second? Was I last? I wasn't? Wait, I actually wasn't last? Let's go, baby! I'm keeping these. So I didn't come in last. No way, I actually beat somebody? Bro. Wait, are you guys all messing with me? I got 4th!
You got 4th.
Let's go! Hopefully I remain in 4th place, but there's other heats that need to go. If they do any better than me, they'll kick my butt out of 4th place. I don't understand how I'm in 4th place.
Up next, we've got the standing block chop. And just like Steve taught me,
Yeah, open her up, come on now.
Make sure that backhand is super tight.
All right, so my block is getting set. So everyone else has spikes because this is super slippery. Oh, baby. Remember what you were taught. Let's do this.
and after just getting 4th place in the last event, I actually had some confidence going into this next one that I was gonna contend.
3, 2, 1, go!
However, these hopes of competing with the pros quickly faded as the block of mine decided not to want to be cut.
On the other side.
I'm going till I'm done. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy crap. That took way too long. Thanks for the patience.
So yeah, in the last event, I didn't exactly help my chances of winning. But in the next event, the single buck, I had a feeling I was gonna make up some ground.
All right, so now we're doing the starting cut before we go. Oop, I gotta make sure it's nice and straight. How is everyone else?
Carlson on position 2.
Wait.
Pete is on position 3. Storm on 4.
Come on now.
On 5. Here we go.
All right. This one's for all the moms out there.
Stand to your timber.
Come on.
3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go.
Come on! Last place warrior!
Give Gatsby a big round of applause. Finishing up the single block. Underhand shot.
All right, we just did the single buck. I finished. That's what matters most, especially everywhere in life, trust me. If I finish and you finish, it's a good time. Doesn't matter how long or quick it might take. We're moving on to the next event. We've got the underhand chop. Listen, I gotta win this so I can send my dad a photo of me with the trophy. He's expecting it.
And this was gonna be my final event in the timber sports competition. And my confidence was very high because I knew that under pressure, I would perform in order to win the trophy to show my dad.
My adrenaline is so high, but I feel like it's starting to come down. I gotta spike it one more time. Last event for me to place.
However, right before I was about to begin, Matt, the world champion timber sports athlete, warned me that this axe was a little bit heavier than normal.
Yeah.
So don't try to worry about swinging it too hard and fast.
Let it just do its thing.
Let it do its thing.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
He's pumped up. He's ready to go. Why don't we take it a half?
You think so?
Saw Garrett lose it before. Yep. Oh, let those locks flow. There we go.
Stand to your timber.
Come on.
3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go.
As I attacked this wood like my life depended on it, I started to think that if I wanted a chance at the title, I needed to swing as hard as I possibly could, which was not the right thing to do.
Other side.
And it was this decision to throw technique out the window and start using as much power as possible that caused the axe to be increasingly more difficult to control. Which escalated to the point where...
And that's what we were saying about that axe going behind you there. That's it for him. He's saying, yep, I'm tired. That's enough. Give him a big round of applause.
I'm fine.
No, your hands are definitely shaking now. That's a lot. That was good. It was a good cut until then, though. Good
That was
cut.
terrible.
Hey, I just came this close. I basically just defied death or a really, really bad
So I'm at a timber sports event, which is the axe and the lumberjack stuff. Look at the axe go flying over my shoulder. How'd I do?
What, with only taking off the back of your head? Pretty good.
The goal was like, I had like this whole like backstory of how we used to cut wood together. So I wanted to like send you a photo of me holding the trophy.
Well, it makes you for good TV.
Alrighty.
All right, good job. Goodbye.
I'm gonna stick to bodybuilding. Stay relentless. Big shout out to Rasmus for getting top comment. Looks like we gotta bring Brian back.
Good job. Goodbye.
I'm gonna stick to bodybuilding. Stay relentless. Big shout out to Rasmus for getting top comment. Looks like we gotta bring Brian back. If you enjoyed the video, click this one right here. YouTube and I think you're gonna absolutely love it, and we love you. Okay, bye now.
She was funny.
All came crashing down in the kind of slow-motion train wreck that was less a spectacular implosion and more like death by 1,000 cuts. So join me, your humble drinker, as we explore Crash and Burn, the Amy Schumer story. Schumer was born in 1981 in New York's Upper East Side, the daughter of wealthy Jewish and Protestant parents. Her dad ran a successful furniture business, and the family enjoyed a pretty cushy life for much of Amy's childhood. The good times weren't to last, though. The business eventually went bankrupt when she was 9, and her parents divorced a couple of years later. Oh wow, another troubled celebrity whose parents divorced at a young age. What are the odds, eh?
Pretty fucking good.
Anyway, Amy soon discovered an interest in the performing arts and ended up studying theatre in college before eventually drifting into comedy. By the mid-2000s, she was a regular on the New York stand-up circuit, and in 2007, she made it to 4th place on the reality show Last Comic Standing, where she impressed the judges with her mixture of dark, raunchy humour and ironic self-reflection. Positioned as a young up-and-coming talent...
I think that that's one of the things, is that for a while in the 2000s and the 2010s, a lot of comedy was just like kind of self-depreciation, and people really liked it. But I think that people went too far with it, and it just kind of got to be weird. And I think that in general now, it's not as appealing as it used to be. It started to get corny.
With a sharp edge, she was soon booking guest roles in shows like 30 Rock, Curb Your Enthusiasm, and Girls, but Amy had her sights set on bigger things. Her 2012 comedy special, Mostly Sex Stuff, was what really put her on the map as a major player.
That's what I always like. That was always my viewpoint about it, is that every time that I would listen to one of her jokes, it would be like some crude joke about vaginas or something like that. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm a guy, like, I don't think I'm the target audience for this. Like, I don't want to see this. It's just, like, weird.
Basically set the tone for her entire sense of humour going forward. Crude, dark, self-deprecating, and weirdly obsessed with the workings of her own body. Oh my goodness, a female comedian whose entire act revolves around sex and dating. Whatever will they think of next? I mean, personally, watching an out-of-shape 30-something New Yorker spending 2 hours talking about what her vagina looks and smells like sounds about as funny as a cancer diagnosis, but each to their own, I guess. Comedy truly is subjective, and somehow hers was working big time. Amy was soon being positioned as the next big thing, more edgy and daring than her contemporaries.
I don't know why anybody thought this was ever edgy. It was so boring.
Push boundaries and make fun of herself, and pretty soon she made the transition from guest star to movie star. 2015's Trainwreck, where she played a drunken, promiscuous party girl that was basically just a toned down version of herself, was well received by critics and went on to make $140 million at the box office against a $35 million budget. By now, Amy was riding high with a string of successful comedy shows, TV appearances, favourable news coverage, and a promising
This sounds like a movie that like is for girls, so I didn't see it.
Film career. What could possibly go wrong? Well, quite a lot as it turned out. The warning signs were there as early as 2011 during the roast of Charlie Sheen, where she made a joke about the recent death of Ryan Dunn in front of his best friend Steve-O, and well, it didn't exactly go down like she hoped.
And I know you must have been thinking it could have been me, and I know we were all thinking, why wasn't it?
Jesus Christ, if even Steve-O doesn't see the funny side, you know you've fucked up. But okay.
Been me, and I know we were all thinking, why wasn't it?
Jesus Christ, if even Steve-O doesn't see the funny side, you know you've fucked up. But okay, fine, every comedian has an off day, I guess.
Yeah, it could be weird, but like...
Her first real mistake was one that many celebrities have fallen victim to over the years. Politics. She'd always been outspoken about her political views, but during the 2016 presidential race, she really kicked...
Let me guess, she liked Hillary Clinton. Let me take a bet. She was a Hillary Clinton fan?
Into high gear. At a show in Tampa, Florida, Amy decided to take a break from talking about her vagina to go on an extended rant about how much she hated the Orange Man and how...
Oh, Donald. Getting... crashing out over Donald. Women, right? What are you gonna do?
Everyone needed to vote for Hillary Clinton instead because she said so, prompting boos from the audience and causing hundreds of people to walk out.
It's just cool to hear what one guy who doesn't seem like a psychopath, why he would want to vote for that orange, assaulting, fake college starter.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Fucking hell,
Well,
man.
I think there's a bunch of other fat, like upper middle class women that think this is hilarious. I bet, you know, that's really the thing is that there's a huge audience for that kind of stuff. There's so many of them. I watched those ICE counter protests and I see a lot of Amy Schumer fans in the audience. Let me just tell you that. So it's really not that much of a fucking niche opinion. But at the same time, if you want to make movies and you want to sell movies, you're going to have a problem doing it if you have all these opinions. You do. Like, that's why you have somebody like Tom Cruise. What does Tom Cruise believe in besides Scientology? Basically, we don't really know. It's not part of it. It's got nothing. He's just a movie star, right? That's it. And I think that a lot of politicians, like a lot of comics, the problem is that a lot of comics try to emulate someone like Dave Chappelle or someone like George Carlin, for example. And not everybody has to be Dave Chappelle or George Carlin with trying to give their takes on modern society and everyday life. Like, you can be Mitch Hedberg. You can just be funny. You don't have to do anything crazy. You can be Gallagher, okay? You can just smash watermelons. You don't have to have all of these like crazy, weird fucking opinions that fit in with everybody else. So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And I'm not even a comedian, and even I understand how to read a room. Shit like that might have played well in New York or LA, but in a red state like Florida, it went down about as well as...
She did this in Tampa, Florida? Oh, jeez.
Stripper at a funeral. Not only had she waded into the middle of the most divisive election in living memory and alienated half her audience in the process, but the cracks were beginning to show in her comedy armor as well. People were beginning to notice that there wasn't a whole lot of variety in her comedy shows. Every one of them was just her talking about getting blackout drunk, sleeping with lots of guys, going on awkward dates, and how disgusting she found her own body.
Isn't it crazy how... It's like you have this girl is like she's like the musical Wario version of Taylor Swift. It's kind of the same thing, right?
This all culminated with 2017's Leather Special on Netflix, which was an unmitigated disaster, rehashing the same tired material she'd been using for years, horribly delivered with no sense of timing or enthusiasm, and getting brutal reviews from audiences and critics.
Blacking out, blacked out, blackout. Pussies, pussy, my pussy, my pussy, blacked out, pussy.
Shut up! Yes. The complaints and backlash against her were mounting, but weirdly for someone who made a career out of self-deprecating humour, Amy turned out to be surprisingly thin-skinned when it came to criticism directed at her. You might think this would have been a good opportunity to reflect on her creative choice. Out of self-deprecating humour, Amy turned out to be surprisingly thin-skinned when it came to criticism directed at her. You might think this would have been a good opportunity to reflect on her creative choices and maybe change course a little, but nope, her ego just wouldn't allow for it. Her standard response was to...
See, people didn't like Bill Murray at the beginning of him being on Saturday Night Live. My dad told me that
her ego just wouldn't allow for it. Her standard response was to...
See, people didn't like Bill Murray at the beginning of him being on Saturday Night Live. My dad told me that nobody liked him. And then he won him over. And it's like, that's what you have to do. You're not always going to have everybody like you right from the beginning. You got to win people over sometimes. That's the way it is. Never liked her? Ooh.
Dismiss her critics as haters, misogynists and right-wing chuds who just couldn't handle her political views, instead of acknowledging that maybe her act was becoming...
The alt-right trolls or anyone who reported that viewers aren't happy with my special, it would have been cool if you did a moment of research before posting. The alt-right trolls attack everything I do. Well, you shouldn't have antagonized them. So you attack this is their glorious leader, their tangerine warlord, and you go and take a shot at him, and now you're surprised that they're mad at you. That's it. How do you do that? Kirshi rated with a party of, 911 viewers? Wow. I guess it's going down, guys. Yeah, welcome to the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah. Hi, we're watching a video about how Amy Schumer sucks. Yeah, hi. Thank you, Kirshi, for the raid. This is her 7th streaming anniversary. Congratulations, Kirshi. That's great. Yeah, good for you. 7 years. It's a long time. Damn. 7. What was I doing 7 years ago? Oh, that's right. Same thing. Same exact fucking thing. Yeah, there it is. And yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And kind of stale and predictable. She was also remarkably tetchy about the body she'd spent so long making fun of, after spending years advocating for more
chick at any size? More like chunk.
Plus-sized women in media. Glamour magazine rewarded her by including her in their chic at any size article, which caused her to get all pissy at the implication she was overweight.
I think there's, what does it say? What does she say? I think there's nothing wrong with being plus size. Beautiful, healthy women. Plus size is considered size 16 in America. Oh, what do you mean plus size is size 16? How much does a woman at an average height weigh on average if she wears a size 16? 170 pounds at 5'4"? That's fat. You're fat. I'm sorry, but you're fat. Like, that's the way it is. I mean, I don't know really what you want me to say. You're fat. Like, I mean, damn. It's that simple. The 5'9"? Well, yeah, of course. But I said average height. That's why I said average height. Look at BMI. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, BMI. BMI calculator. Okay. Height, 5 feet, 4 inches. Weight, was it 190? What did it say again? 170. 170. Oh, bro, you gotta do it to him like that? Oh, damn, bro. She almost on the hog watch. Uh-oh, BMI's garbage. Depends on your body fat percentage. War Phoenix. Are we talking about Eddie Hall? Are we talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger, Ronnie Coleman? No. We're talking about Amy Schumer. Okay? She's not, the only weightlifting she's doing is when she gets up. Shut up. Shut up. We all know that. Everybody knows that.
I mean, no offense, but have you ever looked in a fucking mirror? You've also got to appreciate the irony there. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being plus-sized. In fact, it should be celebrated.
No, it
But don't
shouldn't be.
ever call me that. It all just painted...
That's the thing, yeah. Lizzo's so beautiful. She's so attractive. You look like Lizzo. Fuck you. You're getting blocked. I hate you. Yeah. Yeah. You're really trying to play those games, bro. Like, what are they doing?
The impression of a prickly, arrogant, egotistical celebrity who was far removed from her self-deprecating comedy persona. Worse was soon to come, though, when it was revealed that a lot of the jokes from her comedy routines seemed to have been plagiarized from other comedians like Tammy Pescatelli, Kathleen Madigan, Wendy Liebman, and Patrice O'Neill, amongst others. Before you could say talentless hack, YouTube was awash with compilation videos showing Amy's jokes and comedy skits, and the material they seem to have been inspired by. This is one of...
I feel like there are always going to be cases where people, like, a lot of people tell some similar jokes because, I mean, if you're making an observation about something, a lot of people end up saying the same thing. Like, I remember whenever X added videos, and I said, oh, what are they going to call them? X videos? And, like, everybody said this. It's not like you didn't need to steal the joke. It was just obvious. Like, it's an obvious joke. But some of them, the thing is that it's kind of like what I said before about, like, points on a graph and drawing a line. If you've got a couple of points on the graph, it's like, maybe, maybe not. But if you've got compilations, ooh, that's like Carlos Mencia. Remember him? Yeah.
The big no-nos in the comedy world. You never steal other people's stuff, and if you happen to, even by accident, you absolutely have to come clean and apologize. Once again though, Amy's response was just to deny everything and dismiss her critics as sexists and losers. It hadn't really worked before, and with the mountain of evidence piling up against her, it definitely wasn't working now. Public opinion was shifting rapidly. The magazine articles that used to fawn over her were now openly critical of her career and questioning her decline in popularity.
Of course.
All wasn't well on the movie front either.
And this is another factor, is that she used to be relatively conventionally attractive, and then she gained a bit of weight and she stopped being conventionally attractive. And again, I don't think that, I mean, she's not like super hot, but I mean, she's conventionally attractive, right? She was. Yeah, if she lost 50 pounds, she'd be funny again. Exactly. So it's the opposite. So when women lose weight, they become funny. When men gain weight, they become funny. That's the way it works.
Her next big project, I Feel Pretty, about a fat woman who gets brain damage and is convinced she's now...
So wait a minute. So she's crashing out about people calling her fat, but she plays the role of a main character that's fat? Wow. I don't know. I feel like I gotta lay down after this.
Slim and attractive, fuck it, just go with it, was supposed to be a feel-good comeback that played to her self-deprecating humour, but instead provoked a storm of backlash with the unintended implication that women can only feel confident through self-delusion. The movie was absolutely lambasted by critics and audiences alike, and further damaged her comedy credentials. More and more she was beginning to look out of touch and, well, just not that funny anymore. Then there was the stuff that just made her look like a generally shitty human being, like willingly taking photos with fans on the street only to bitch about it later on social
Wait, what? What?
media to make herself seem like a victim of harassment, or openly bragging about
what?
Sleeping with a guy who was so blackout drunk that he didn't even know what was happening to him. Flip the genders for a second there and just imagine how that must look. The cumulative effect of all these high...
It's like the average Twitter thread about me.
Profile setbacks and negative publicity was a career downturn that makes Brie Larson's look like a controlled landing. She was still bagging the occasional movie role, but usually as a supporting actor in low-budget slop.
Well, the problem is that, so Amy Schumer used to be a relatively attractive woman who was a bit on the thicker side, but a lot of guys would swipe right on her. I think that they would have. I do, and you might disagree, but I think that's a factor. And so a lot of women want to see themselves in an attractive woman. They do. And so if they feel like they can relate to an attractive woman and she's saying things that are relatable, it makes them probably feel good about themselves. But the problem is that then whenever you do get fat and you're in movies, nobody wants to watch an actual fat chick in movies. Yeah, they just don't. They don't want to see that. I mean, like, that's it. I mean, you look at the difference, and I know this might seem mean, but I do think this is a legitimate thing. I do. Like, if you look at I think she's pretty. I do. I think she's pretty, and This is like one of those things where it's like, where is it? It's like before and after marriage. Really? I'm just being honest, right? And so, like, women want to see themselves in someone that is, I think, likable and, you know, like attractive, that people want to be. That's it. Is she married? I don't know if she's married or not, but I'm just saying that's the way it is.
Seem like a victim of harassment, or openly bragging about sleeping with a guy who was so blackout drunk.
It's like, I know people might not want to hear that, but like a lot of women's popularity has to do with their appearance. It just does. It's just the way it is. You might not like it, but that's just the way it is. This is in media. It's just true in media in general.
That he didn't even know what was happening to him. Flip the genders for a second.
He's married to a chef? That's a good advertisement for that restaurant.
In there, and just imagine how that must look. The cumulative effect of all these high-profile setbacks and negative publicity was a career downturn that makes Brie Larson's look like a controlled landing. She was still bagging the occasional movie role, but usually as a supporting actor in low-budget slop that nobody cared about. The glory days of Trainwreck were long behind her, and she wasn't a bankable star anymore. She was still making the occasional TV show and comedy special, but the fire and momentum was long gone. The prestige of her public...
Well, and I think also, like, for a while, there was, like, a popular, you know, kind of toxic millennial girl, depreciating humor, I'm such a slut mentality that I think has gone away because a lot of those women are now, like, 35 or 40 now. That's what's happened, right? Is like you're not, you know, 28 or 23 anymore. And so it's not the same thing. Certain streamers? Well, I mean, it is. Like, the thing is, as a guy, so here's the thing, right? As a guy, it's less of a big deal, right? I mean, like, I don't... Age is a barrier. Like, for example, like, it would be hard for a guy that's, like, my age to attract an audience of, you know, guys that are, like, teenagers, right? Because, you know, you're going to want to watch, like, unless you're doing, like, those, like, that, like, you know, Andrew Tate type content. But, like, in a general sense, I feel like for women, I mean, it's definitely like that's a huge component to it. It's a huge component, absolutely. But like for men, it's less of a big deal.
Tarnished beyond repair. She'd gone from one of the leading voices in female comedy to a virtual pariah, disliked by audiences, distrusted by.
And I think also it's because people, like, this is just the truth. Like, a lot of people just don't think that they don't care about women comedians in general. Like, there's like this stereotype that women can't be funny. And I don't really think this is true. But obviously, I think that, you know, for a guy, being funny is much more important than it is for being funny as a girl. So you're probably going to have, obviously, more guys that are going to do that just because that's the way that we're socialized. But in a general sense, I don't really believe because I don't want to eat this. People. I just pause because I don't want people to miss it because it's some bullshit. I give it 10 more seconds. Okay. Is it turning your mouth green? Oh no, it was already like that. I actually brushed my teeth this morning. I fell asleep last night. I didn't wake up until the morning. And so I always brush my teeth every day, and I did brush my teeth in the morning, if you can believe that. I know. So anyway, yeah, okay, here we go. It fell off. All right, here we go. The last and final bite. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Now, is it incredible? Is it amazing? I think it's all right. Like, I would say it's like if I was going to rate this on a scale of 1 to 10, I would give it like a 6 or a 7. It's definitely, I mean, and it's they're like $20, right? So, but you do get this thing. You can reuse this. I can tell you can reuse these if you want to cook chicken in them. So I guess that's kind of a good thing. But otherwise, yeah, a 6 to a 7, like either way, right? So I would say probably closer to a 6. But the problem also is that I don't really trust my taste buds. That's another big issue. Like, if somebody told me that this was a pie, I would never be able to guess that it was a Mountain Dew Baja Blast pie. I feel like it didn't, like, it tastes good, but does it really remind me of Mountain Dew Baja Blast? Not really. I mean, not really. So an 8? Yeah, 6, 7 for $20. Yeah, but I mean, it's a pretty... The thing is, this thing's fucking heavy, okay? Like, let me see if I can compare it to something. What's something that you guys know how much it weighs? A soda can. Okay. It's probably like 5 of these. This is really, really heavy. Check the box. Oh, it tells you? Oh, let me see. Let me see what it says. I'll figure it out. Give me 1 second. I'll move this to the side. Okay, what does it say? How much it weighs? Food and safety. Do not microwave. Keep frozen. Oh. Huh. Oops. It doesn't tell me how much it weighs. I'm not seeing it anywhere here. I have no idea. But it's pretty heavy. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing, basically, right? So, yeah, overall, it is... Ingredients listing? Let's see. Yeah, it definitely made my mouth a little bit greener, for sure. And let's see what the ingredients are. You guys want me to read them off? I'll read them off real quick. Actually, it's going to take too long. There's too many of them. West Key lime juice, lime oil, enriched wheat, hydrogenated palm kernel oil, soy lecithin, vitamin A palmate, polydextrose, citric acid, gum arabic, sodium benzate, and apparently that's preservatives. Ooh, I should eat more of those. Absorbic acid. That's what I have in my mouth. Brown sugar, salt, natural flavors. What the hell do you mean natural flavors? What the hell does that mean? Well, anyway, is this a spell? It is. The spell, once you cast it, it gives you diabetes. So what would I say about the cake? Or the yeah, I guess you could call it cake or pie. Yeah, pie. What would I say about it? Do I like it? Will I eat the rest of this pie? Absolutely. I will absolutely eat the rest of this pie. And so you can see it right there. There it is. And I barely... Oh, shit. Oh, damn. I gotta move it down here. Okay, yeah, fat. Yeah, I'm going to eat the rest of it 100%. It was actually very good. It was a very good pie. Is it better than the Marie Callender or the other ones in the grocery store? I think that those are definitely better, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, this is something new. Yeah, I'm going to put it back in the freezer. I'm just like, the freezer is downstairs. I'm not getting up again, okay? So that was my review. I would say it was about, as I said, like a 6 to a 7, somewhere around there. 2K calories per slice. Oh, I don't know about calories. I mean, I don't really think calories are real. I think calories are just something that fat people invented for them to feel better about themselves. It's just fake. It's all fake. It's just bullshit. So yeah, I would rate it probably a 6 to a 7, somewhere around there, closer to a 6. In terms of a promotional event and things like this, they didn't even have it on the menu. I had to ask for it directly. I feel like Taco Bell, they really could have done a better job promoting this. But overall, I would say it's about a 6. That's where I would go at. That's what I would say. So yeah, calories make us feel worse. What do you mean? That's just fake. It's all fake. How does the green stuff taste? It tastes kind of like Trix yogurt for kids. If you've had that, which is what I eat all the time. I eat that constantly. It's delicious. The pie or that lemon. Well, the lemon was more flavorful. The problem with my taste buds is that I can't taste almost anything. I can't really taste things very well. The reason why is because all I do is drink soda. So everything, so yeah, it's living meringue pie. Yeah, it's basically Baja Blast meringue pie. That's about it. Yeah, so it's cooked. Yeah, so I literally don't even have much of a sense of taste at all. Does a review can't taste anything? 6 out of 10? Yes, exactly. And so the entire pie is like 2,500 calories. Well, that's not even that much. Yeah, I don't even know that. Smoking's done the same for me. My taste buds are shot. Yeah, and so to me, I can't even taste anything at all. How many sodas do you drink per day? Yes, I do. That would be the answer to that question. Yeah, I would say somewhere around there. Maybe a little bit more, but yeah, something like that. And yeah, so that's it. You're fat now? I'm fat? I'm not fat. Look at me. I'm so skinny. Look at me. I am very, very, very skinny. I have never been fat in my life. There's a crumb on my beard. Is there really? Let me see. Nope. I think I'm just fine. Everything is okay. So yeah, it was actually, I think, relatively good. I enjoyed it, and achieve that, but I do think it's a factor.
Appears and discredited by movie studios. Amy Schumer is the perfect example of a celebrity who can dish it out but can't take it.
There's a lot of them.
Woman who founded her career on pushing boundaries but couldn't handle it when they started to push back. She was always happy to make jokes about everything and everyone around her, but in the end, the biggest joke of all was on her.
Jeez.
Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that surprised, honestly. I'm really not.
Joke of all.
Like, I feel like really, she was never really that funny. And the gimmick that she had worked well for a while, but then people lost interest in it, and she wasn't able to reinvent herself in a way that was interesting. She was thin-skinned and stole jokes. I don't think that's really it. Reminds me of streamers that make it too fast. They can't take the criticism. No, I think that a lot of streamers just, like, I feel like a lot of people in general, like, I'm never really surprised whenever people can't take criticism, because it's hard. It really is. Whenever you have people criticizing you, criticizing the way you look, like something you spent your whole life doing, like, you do get defensive about it, and it happens really easily. And I know people might be, you know, like, oh, that wouldn't happen to me. It's easy to say that when it's not happening. But I think, yeah, she's just like a one-trick pony. Like, there's a lot of actors that have kind of transcended this. I think that two great examples are Jonah Hill and Matthew McConaughey. Matthew McConaughey used to be pretty much like exclusively in rom-coms, and then somewhere around like 2008, 2009, he started taking different roles, and he, like, really, even his early roles that were, like, you know, different outside of that scope were incredible. And before you knew it, he was, like, you know, up for an Oscar, I'm pretty sure, with the Dallas Buyers Club. And so, yeah, True Detective, Lincoln Lawyer. Yeah, Lincoln Lawyer, Mud, and I think there was one more. I don't remember the third one. But and my dad and I used to watch movies every week, and so we watched all of his movies, right? True Detective and Interstellar were his transitions. Yeah. But yeah, Lincoln Lawyer I thought was really fucking good. And best role was Dazed and Confused. I'm not even gonna say what he said. Oh no, that's not getting clipped. Absolutely not. But yeah, that was recorded in Austin. I've been where it was recorded. It's kind of cool to be there. But yeah, anyway, so watch Drinkers Crash and Burn about Amber Heard. I mean, she's just retired, right? I mean, that's about different. But yeah, anyway, I had to go about 2 straight years with no roles to achieve that, though. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard to do that. And, you know, Jonah Hill lost a lot of weight, and then I think that he really transitioned, and he became a really great actor, you know, outside of the, you know, fat equals funny thing. And you compare that with something like, you know, like, I don't know, like, who's that other guy? John Cena, I think his name is. It was in... oh fuck, Scott Pilgrim and Superbad. I forgot his name. You know, it's like you get typecasted. Yeah, John Cena. No, not Michael Cera. Michael Cera. There you go. Yeah, you get typecasted. And like in Moneyball, he was amazing, right? He was. But you know, at that point, that was like kind of a transitionary role. It was. But yeah. Did you see your new game? No, I have not seen my new game. I don't even know what my new game is. I have no idea. And yeah, it's like kind of a transitionary role. It was. But yeah, did you see your new game? No, I have not seen my new game. I don't even know what my new game is. I have no idea. And yeah, comedy changes with time. Yeah, it does. It changes with time, and certain things that were funny aren't funny anymore. And I think vice versa. Like, for example, like telling edgy jokes, I think definitely goes up and down, right? Like sometimes it's really popular, sometimes nobody likes it. And I think it really just depends on, you know, what the culture is at the time more than anything else.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen, a brand new, not really a brand new, but a better ad block solution is available. Now, I watched a video from Louis Rossmann a couple days ago talking about this ad blocker, and I kind of wanted to jump into it because I really was not down with it at first. Because as you all know, I really love talking about computer security, computer privacy. So coming across an ad blocker that apparently just clicks on every single ad on the internet was a little bit shocking to me, because I was wondering for a second, interfacing with the ad network is already haram, okay? But why? Why would somebody prefer this over standard ad block, uBlock Origin? Which, by the way, all right, if you don't have an ad blocker, I highly
over, right? Because I don't want to eat this. People. I just pause because I don't want people to miss it because it's some bullshit. I give it 10 more seconds, okay? Is it turning your mouth green? Oh no, it was already like that. I actually brushed my teeth this morning. I did. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. It fell off. All right. Here we go. The last and final bite. That's kind of what's left. I ate the entire thing. I didn't just have a bite or two out of it. So yeah, I think it was actually pretty good. I'll probably eat the entire thing over the next like 2 days. Right? Yeah. And that's it. You're fat. You're not fat. You're petite. I mean, I wouldn't really say that either. I'm a pretty tall guy. But otherwise, yeah. And yeah, I support the new version of Beard Meats Food. Oh, jeez. Yeah, hopefully. I don't support the version of Beard Meat Foods. I hope there isn't any. I think it's okay. Yeah, no, we're fine. Okay. And green teeth. Oh, my teeth. Yes. Oh my God. Oh, bro, like, what a savage. I assumed that an AM radio connoisseur wouldn't eat like a guy. That's like, bro, that's like if you fed this to a gorilla. Oh my God. What the hell is he doing? Yeah. Yeah, a monkey. What do you think? Let me mute the music.
The best way to describe it would be that...
Yeah. Best way to describe it?
It definitely is, like, an interesting combination.
It is, yeah.
Of that key lime...
Yeah.
Let me adjust something real quick.
About that. Oh, he has scented candles, too.
I'm sorry about that. I was a little worried. I was just about the glare of one of the lights, but it turned out it's not really any sort of issue. I just wanted to double check. Anyway, so what I was just getting at, as far as the flavor is concerned, I think that the description of this item
is inaccurate.
Does it justice. You know, there are some times where it's...
Really? Maybe my taste buds really are cooked. Oh my God.
It's described as being a certain way, and then you taste it and it's like, wait a minute, what are they even talking about here? But I do think that it really is a good description where it really does remind me of like a key lime pie. It definitely does have that, sort of citrusy note, especially, of course, the...
That's why I couldn't taste it. It's the acidic stuff. See, acid to me is like water. So if you have me drink something that's really acidic, I won't even know it. Because I drink so much soda.
The lime aspect of it, but, it's not overpowering. In that you try it out, it is smooth, it is creamy.
Yeah,
but it's not
creamy.
necessarily, overly tart or sour. It does have, like I said, that very
That's why I couldn't taste it. Yeah.
noticeable, citrus aspect to it, and that sharpness that obviously is going to be there. At the same time, however, it is like a pleasant key lime pie. The whipped cream on the crust is a bit thicker than what you would expect from something store-bought.
That's true. Yeah, the Marie Callender and like the... I think there's another brand for it, too. It could be a local brand of the same types of pies. They have less whipped cream, but they're also larger in diameter. And so, like, really, I think that it could be the same amount of whipped cream as one of those larger pies, but it's just being put on a smaller surface area.
Which this does obviously offer sweetness, vanilla flavor. However, it's not very light. It's definitely a heavier cream that
Is
you
it?
get.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But the sweetness does a good job, and it
Sure.
does actually complement the.
It's like I would say that it's just like regular whipped cream, maybe a little bit thicker, but it's not like the whipped cream that you get at the at like the bakery, right? You know, they have it like refrigerated. Like it's not that thick.
Blast.
The
key
fatties
lime
will love it.
base
Yeah.
quite nicely. The crust as well is pleasant. It is a graham cracker crust.
Yes.
You know,
It
the
tasted very
dryness
good.
is not an issue.
I love
will
dryness.
say though is that the crust on the bottom
Yes.
of the pie, I actually think can be a little thicker because there is some weight to this. Don't get me wrong.
That's true. Yeah, because whenever you pick it up, it's going to distort it and it will break. It's a good point.
Base
Very
and
good
the
point.
cream and all of that. This is not, some sort of light and airy sort of pie. There's definitely, weight to it.
Yes.
And it is quite filling as well. So if, provided you don't get one that looks like it was run over, by a car, like what I received, if yours actually
Wait,
is...
he got his like that? Wait. Okay, we're at 11:22.
Done.
Oh, he looks upset. He's perturbed.
And this is going to be interesting. We're going to see. Here we go.
Visibly perturbed.
How this is.
Oh, what the fuck is going on with this? Who delivered this? A gorilla?
This is the moment of truth.
This is ridiculous. Oh my god.
Open this up and see.
Look at this.
Oh, good heavens.
Wait, so... Oh, good heavens. Yeah, it's fucked up, isn't it? Look at this. Look at this. Look at that, bro. Like, what is this? This is ridiculous. Who the fuck who delivered this? Like, I got mine from Taco Bell myself. They know me.
Wow, this looks like it turned out perfect. This almost looks like a pie that was thrown in someone's face. And then given to me. And you saw this was completely unsealed.
Yeah, you unwrapped it.
Or completely sealed, I should say.
Yeah, there was a wrapping around it.
And I wasn't throwing this around. This is literally how
this is actually crazy. It's like they just let a wild boar get at it for like, a minute before they wrapped it up.
I got it. Not
Come here, princess. Why don't you have a little bit?
Baja Blast pie. So if I am to grade this solely off of presentation,
it's a fucking F, bro. Like,
they would say it looks awful.
Yeah, it sure does.
However, that may not influence.
Okay, let's go forward.
A normal-looking pie, and can be cut and consumed normally, as opposed to how I kind of had to eat it like some sort of scavenger with a fork.
Yeah.
Then my concern would be that the weight of the pie filling itself, the bottom crust may not be able to sustain all of that.
Because it'll fall
disproportionately small. So I do believe
go
that
like
the
this,
bottom crust of the
and then
pie
it'll
should
break.
Be, a little,
That's what happens.
There should be a little more to
You don't want this to happen.
And, because it's enjoyable, too. It tastes good. So,
he actually turned the pie upside down
as
himself.
far as a novelty dessert is concerned, it's better than what I was thinking.
That's what a
And
savage
I wanted
would
to do, on one last note, is I got some Baja Blast along with it.
See, I don't know
And
why I
now
didn't
let's
do that.
compare the two.
I
Let's
should
take a
have
sip of the
have
Baja
asked.
Blast.
It's not the same, bro. It's not. It's not. It's not the same.
And direct comparison now.
Wait, he
Try out
uses
some of this Baja Blast.
Why are you using a metal fork? You have to wash it now. What, does he have a girlfriend? Because if you don't, you're gonna have to do that yourself, man. Maybe he still lives with his mom.
Once more.
I use plastic for everything. I even cook steaks on a frying pan with plastic.
You could definitely strike a comparison between the two. But what I will say...
It's not the same. It's not. It's not. You know it's not.
The pie has notes of Baja Blast in it.
Yeah.
It's not like the exact flavor profile of
It's
Baja
not. Yeah,
Blast.
exactly.
Merely, there's notes and characteristics of it in the pie.
Yeah.
Whereas the Baja Blast that you would be drinking...
It is what it is.
is just the pure Baja Blast flavor, as one could say.
That's right.
So, I think it's good, though. I think it's inventive. Yeah, it's a little gimmicky, but
it's gimmicky
as far
for sure.
as I see it, I didn't think I would be sitting here ever reviewing a full-blown pie
from Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a novelty. It's $20. This isn't something that I would be, getting.
It's definitely a novelty item. Yeah, it's not something people are going to buy regularly.
Every single day or anything like that.
I would hope not. I really would hope. If you're getting one of these every single day, I think they need to put you in jail. I do. I think they should just put you in jail.
However, for what it is,
for being fat,
a one-time novelty, it's not a bad dessert. I'm not going to score this off of appearance. I think what I received
I don't care about that.
looks. It's a shameful display compared to how it's advertised and what I actually got.
It happens.
But I'm not going to be grading this off of whether it looks good.
Yeah,
I grade this whether it tastes good.
I usually eat all my food in the dark anyway.
So, appearance notwithstanding, yeah, it's a novelty, but it's actually pretty solid for what it is. And if you have $20 to spare, I would genuinely say to go out and get this just to say you got it.
Yeah, true.
Because even though it's a novelty, it's not bad either. It's very filling. I think a little of this is going to go a long way. This is something that I'll easily, put back in the refrigerator for a bit.
You eat the rest of it. Yeah, no. So
pick at it here and there, essentially, but not bad. So, out of 10, Mountain Dew Baja Blast Pie from Taco Bell.
6, 7, probably closer to 6.
It's interesting. It's out there, but they did a good job. I have no issues with it. Pleasant key lime flavor. Out of 10, 8.8.
Wow!
I'm going to rate it. Could have a few minor little tweaks here and there, but for what it is, it's not bad. It's honestly better than what I was expecting.
That's way higher
Yeah,
than
if
what
I were
thought.
to grade this off of appearance, it would get a much less generous score.
Yeah.
But I'm really just concerned
Like
whether
a
it
3.
tastes good or not, and whether
Freeze
it's
yours.
worth it.
I might
or
try
not.
it, yeah.
And like I said, yeah, it's a novelty, but hey, it's pretty good for what it is.
Yep.
And I can't complain there. So, like I said, my opinion, no harm in
taste
going
buds are
out
fried,
and
yes.
getting it. Get it while the getting's good.
Yep.
And that's all that I have for you. So, tried out the Mountain Dew Baja Blast Pie. Lived to tell the tale. And
So
that's all that I
far.
have for you.
So far.
Thank you for watching, and until next time, I'm your host, The Report of the Week.
Well, what a nice video. And he even includes the same as I do, turning the fucking camera off. That's cute. Okay, I'll link you guys the video. Make sure to give it a like. I didn't watch the whole thing, so you can watch him eating it and, opening it up and everything yourselves. I just wanted to see his opinion. There's the video right there. And, yeah, there it is. Ben Shapiro, holy shit, has lost at least 20,000 subscribers on YouTube over the past 2 weeks.
I think that Kevin really screwed things up last week when he decided to inject himself into this controversy with his vociferous defense that contained some rather charged language. I think he's doing the right thing by pointing out the obvious, which is that if somebody glosses Nazis on the air, that person probably should not.
Is he still fighting to make people not bring Nick Fuentes on TV? How long is this going to go on? Does he know that this is it's just going to get worse? You're not going to win this argument. They're going to bring him on anyway. And here's the reason why, Ben. It's because Nick brings in views. He brings in views from people that love him, and he brings in views from people that hate him. That's why he gets invited. You can get mad and cry and bitch about it all you want, but at the end of the day, these places don't care about America. They don't care about Israel either. And guess what? They're going to upload whatever they think is going to make them the most money. And if that means interviewing what you think a Nazi or a white supremacist is, they're going to do it. That's just it.
Not be associated with a conservative think tank, and that everyone should have a duty to say that that is a bad thing to do. So I'm grateful to Kevin for doing that. I think it's a very good thing that he did that. The real issue here is I think that Tucker Carlson's morphing from, I would say, a very edgy right-wing political figure on Fox News, but certainly within the mainstream, into a conspiracist, a person who ideologically launders anti-Semitism, who ideologically launders all sorts of anti-Americanism on his show, and then airs it for the public to hear with interviews like the ones he did with Nick Fuentes, which was essentially a massage of Nick Fuentes. You know, I think that took a lot of people by surprise, probably including Kevin.
Most people were really positive about it. If you look at the video, it had a tremendous positive reaction. And, I mean, like, the likes and dislikes, I mean, it is what it is. A lot of people were really happy about it. Now, obviously, maybe his friends, and he wasn't happy about it, that's fine. But ultimately, yeah. I mean, I'm not positive about it. Obviously, not everybody is, but I'm saying, like, if you're making a collective analysis, aren't you?
Washington Free Beacon obtained and posted video of yesterday's Heritage Foundation staff meeting where Roberts apologized for how he's handled Tucker's conversation with Nick Fuentes.
What is this?
Here's part of what Roberts had to say.
What did he say? Is this the bald guy?
I didn't
Yeah.
know much about this Fuentes guy. I still don't, which underscores the mistake. I can tell you with a clear conscience and not making any excuses that those were my intentions, to fix all of that. And obviously I didn't. I made them worse.
We reached out to the Heritage Foundation for comment about the video. We were referred to Kevin Roberts' social media post from yesterday. What's your reaction? And let me just note that Nick Fuentes has been fairly notorious for years now, including when he dined with President Trump at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's true, but I think that really in order to experience the full wonders of the Nick Fuentes catalog, you really do have to spend some time going through the receipts. I did that earlier this week on my show. And the truth is that most people don't watch politics all that granularly. Even people who are in politics don't spend a lot of time on sort of the fringe edgelord right, the way that Fuentes is. And so the sort of mainstreaming, the popularization and normalization of Fuentes by Carlson is significantly more important than just Fuentes' existence, obviously.
He just wants to be a gatekeeper. It's never going to work. It didn't work with left-wing people trying to keep people like Zornan out. It's not going to work with Fuentes either. It's just, you can't gatekeep people out. You have to beat them in the marketplace of ideas. And if you don't do that, you're going to fail. That's literally it. There's no other way besides that you can overcome an idea. That's it. You can't just tell everybody you're not allowed to, he can't sit at your table. I mean, it's so simple. Yeah, it's just not going to work. Do you like Nick's views or no? Some I agree with, some I don't. I mean, it's the same with anything. I mean, like, I think he's funny. For sure, he's definitely funny. But, like, it's not like I agree with everything he says, but I agree with a lot of it. Not really, maybe a lot of it. I'd say, like, maybe some of it. Depends. I'd have to really think about it.
It was a seminal.
Like, I'm not really a big racist, you know. I don't really dislike races of people, and I'm not really anti-Jewish, but I agree with a lot of what his opinions are on Israel as a collective, but not really in terms of Jewish people as a collective, if that makes sense.
Moment, I think, when it comes to the right's decision as to whether Tucker himself is a source of truth or whether he is a destructive force inside conservatism.
So one of the things you've noted is that...
Well, I think that it's the framing, right? It's that he's the one that's the destructive force. Well, what happens whenever the majority is the opposite of you and you're the destructive force, right? And I think this is the real question that people like Ben Shapiro need to ask themselves, is that whenever you're telling people and trying to, you know, like orange guy bad. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Like, it's same like, oh, you can't platform Trump. You can't talk about Trump. Like, you can't bring him on. Like, he's so bad. That will just never work, man. So basically, Hassan views on Israel. I think Hassan is a bit more extreme about Israel than I am. I think that like he probably agrees. Like I agree with Hassan about like I'd say 70 to 80% about what he says about Israel, but I don't like how I think that Hassan, at least it seems to me, actively denies I think a lot of the victimhood that Israelis have experienced again, like by Hamas or by other types of terrorist attacks or bombings. And so I think that you can recognize that, you know, Israelis have experienced trauma as well in this war, while also acknowledging that the country that they're a part of is the, you know, maybe antagonist to that. So, like, I think that's probably the main difference that he and I have. But I think that's mainly, that's like kind of a vibe thing. I don't really care a lot about that. He astroturfs for Hamas. I think that he's not critical enough of them. I do. But overall, I mean, I think it's kind of a dead issue at this point, right? Because it seems like that's kind of winding down, at least hopefully.
It isn't so much, your problem isn't so much that Tucker Carlson had Fuentes on his show, but that he didn't push back at all on the neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic, pro-Joseph Stalin rhetoric, et cetera. I just wonder, last week at a Turning Point event, Vice President J.D. Vance was asked.
I think this is, as I said before, I talked about this interview that Tucker Carlson did too. I think that actually Ben Shapiro has very, I think valid criticism towards Tucker Carlson, that when Tucker Carlson interviews people that are extremely controversial, that he doesn't press them on their controversial beliefs enough. And I think that it does a disservice to his viewers, and it would be better for the viewers if they were able to actually, hear the answers to some of the questions, like, why are you, would you say that you're anti-Semitic? Like, that kind of stuff. And I think that, no-Nazi Joseph Stalin, wait, did I say neo-Nazi pro-Joseph Stalin? I don't think that's what he said. Did Ben Shapiro interview Netanyahu with tough questions? I think that's a great counterpoint.
anti-Semitic falsehood, this crazy notion that Judaism openly supports the persecution of Christians. It's not true. But J.D. Vance was asked about it. Instead of pushing back or correcting the questioner, he said this.
Well, the problem is, like, I mean, I've heard things like this is like, I've never read the Torah or the Talmud, but I've heard that basically Jewish people consider non-Jewish people as a separate class. Like, that's the whole Goyim thing. And I think that really, I don't know how, and like, and a lot of religions have a variation of this, right? It's not true. Well, I'm just saying, like, this is a commonly held belief that people have. It's Muslims too. Yeah, I know that. It's a commonly held belief. So I think that really addressing that is important to just say.
There are some significant theological disagreements between Christians and Jews. My attitude is, let's have those conversations. Let's have those disagreements when we have them. But if there are shared areas of interest, we ought to be willing to do that too.
And let me guess, that's a problem? That's a perfect answer. That's what I want to hear. I agree with him.
What did you think of that?
You know, obviously in a vacuum, I think that answer is fine. I think it's a response to the question, which was asked, as you say, in a tremendously anti-Semitic way, the idea that Jews are persecutors of Christians is an absurd contention. Obviously, I would have preferred more from the vice president, but I think the broader problem here is, again, that you have an enormous number of young...
I don't know enough about the actual religion to, I don't know.
Young people who are engaging with true white supremacist, anti-Jew content and are taken in by it, and there do need to be more voices pushing back on that.
Ben Shapiro, we thank you for your voice. Thank you so much.
Has lost at least 20,000 subscribers on YouTube over the past 2 weeks. I read that in his voice. It was, Jesus, that was so weird. Okay, anyway, yeah, so let me go back. I'll take a look at it. Okay, so we have Ben Shapiro. Where's his YouTube channel? So where's a recent video that he did pretty well? Bad news for Republicans. Okay, let's see. Is this... where is it here? I don't know really if that's it. I have no idea. So what are the comments? Okay, so the comments... These are the comments on Ben Shapiro's, one of his recent popular videos, okay? America first is inevitable. I will never vote for a U.S. politician that has accepted $1 single from AIPAC. It's hard to support conservatives that can serve nothing. Epstein who is also a small factor, a loss of trust. Maybe Republicans once need to get a chance to stop putting Israel and AIPAC first. The entire Israel issue mess is the real issue. That's why everyone is confused. You, Ben, are not helping. New York has already been Democrat city. Republicans lost because they didn't fix the economy. Well, that's generally true, I would say. We pray that in 2028 shift that merges MAGA with actually good economics. Yeah, imagine that. And again, Trump is wasting his mandate faster than Bush in 2005. Probably also true. I would agree with that. And yeah, I'm Jewish and Republican. I'm tired of us sending money to Israel and Ukraine. My passport is red, white, and blue. If you want to donate to these countries privately, go ahead. We need to fix our stuff first. Tired of seeing Americans struggling. So let me open up Social Blade. So is Ben Shapiro actually losing popularity by a lot? Oh. Oh, shit. So basically, he was cooking whenever Trump was doing pretty well. Trump was doing well, or sorry, Trump wasn't in office. But as soon as Trump went in office, he went from 70,000 subs to 0, 20,000, 0, 10,000, 0, negative 10,000, 0, negative 20,000, negative 10,000, randomly gained 40,000. How did you get 40,000 subscribers? You've got to have a sub for this? How did this happen? This seems like an anomaly. Yeah, I'm not sure if I understand this. So he's only getting, let's see here, you've got like maybe 400,000, or sorry, 40 million views. Wow. So people are actually rejecting this message. ICE agent shot at. What the fuck?
Turning back to that breaking news out of Chicago, Customs and Border Protection says agents were shot at while conducting an immigration enforcement operation earlier today. Cameras from our Fox affiliate were there in the aftermath of the shooting. That's the video currently on your screen.
Yeah.
There have been weeks of tension in Chicago over the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration, amid a legal battle over whether the White House can send the National Guard there.
Yeah.
Former acting ICE director Jonathan Fahey is with us. Jonathan,
so they got shot at?
A black Jeep apparently speeds by.
This in
a
Chicago.
bunch of ICE officers. Shots are fired, and the Jeep speeds off.
Yeah.
What's your reaction?
You know, I want to say it would be shocking or something else,
It's
but
really
I feel
not.
like with all of this rhetoric and all this what's been going on in the last several months with this rhetoric, political rhetoric directed at ICE agents, directed at CBP.
I don't really give a fuck, if you want me to be honest, because they could have arrested all the people on the internet that are saying to shoot the ICE officers and stuff like that. There's people that have been advocating for this for a long time, and nothing has ever happened to them. So at a certain point, when is the government not responsible for what they're doing? Like, how is it not their fault whenever you have people that are out there they're just making these posts? Just figure out who's making them and just go arrest them. It's so simple. Like, advocating violence for federal officers is against the law. It's not your First Amendment right to do that. Everybody knows this who's not retarded. So why are we even putting up with this for even a second? So this is what's so annoying to me, is that, wow, what a big fucking surprise this is happening when you have an entire online ecosystem that is built around goading it into happening.
It's not surprising that the level of violence against them has risen, and something like this, and even something worse than this, are bound to happen.
Eventually, what's going to happen is ICE agents are going to start getting killed. And when that happens, it will give Trump the green light to go full tyrant, full authoritarian, and do everything that he wants to do. That is probably what's going to happen, because people will want that to happen at that point.
Happen because of the rhetoric, and the unfortunate thing is
that's not really, again, it's not a good thing to have like martial law or something like that implemented, because if you think they're not going to do that, you're out of your mind. It's very easy for them to do that. And, oh, the courts say that. Well, who's the military listen to? Who do the police listen to? They're going to listen to who's in power, not the courts. So keep that in mind, too. And it's very, very easy to have happen. And it's a good thing when it's needed. Yes, if you kill a cop, you'll kill anyone. Yes, of course. And so very easy for them to do that. And, oh, the courts say that. Well, who's the military listen to? Who do the police listen to? They're going to listen to who's in power, not the courts. So keep that in mind, too. And it's very, very easy to have happen. And it's a good thing when it's needed. Yes, if you kill a cop, you'll kill anyone. Yes, of course. And so they only need to wait. Yeah, and I think that might be what they're doing. But I think that's a horrible thing, because then you create a precedent of doing this, which is obviously bad. And you're also, in the meantime, putting all of these people's lives at risk because you're using them effectively as bait, right?
these ICE agents are simply doing a job.
ICE needs to shoot back for once. Oh, I've said this before. If anybody, if you shoot at a police officer, if you shoot at any federal officer, you should just expect to get shot, right? I mean, what are we even talking about here?
They're required to do.
Yeah,
and
duh.
These politicians are, elevating themselves, their status within the Democratic Party by essentially tacitly supporting this type of activity.
Then arrest them.
It's a wonder, frankly, that nobody was hurt.
It's a wonder that nobody's arrested. That's the problem. Is that if you want to stop this stuff from happening, see, people like this, all of these annoying, screeching Karens, they'll go home if they know. Do you think this could be an international play by Trump? Genuine question. Intentional play? I don't think so. Honestly, I just think he's doing a bad job. If you want me to be totally honest, I think that he might use it to his advantage. Like, Trump is, I think, kind of good at taking advantage of situations, but he's generally, I would say, not very great at creating a plan ahead of time. He's good at reacting and he's good at playing the cards he's dealt, but he's not very good at building a deck, if that makes sense. And I think that that's my analysis of it. And overall, you're not going to get these people to get off the streets by explaining to them that the raids are okay and they're justified. What you will get them off the streets with, though, is if there is so much overwhelming force that they know that nothing that they do will do anything. And if they try to touch anybody or do anything or scream at people, they'll get arrested. And that's what needs to happen. The reason why you have all of this escalation of violence with ICE agents and everything is because it's allowed to happen. It's allowed to happen by the government. The government could easily crack down on this and start arresting these people, detaining them, and taking them to federal prisons or federal detainment camps, which is what I think they should do. And this isn't for protesters. These are for people that are violent, people who are touching police officers, people that are trying to impede the officers from doing their jobs. Just because you disagree with the law doesn't mean you just get to stand in the way of a truck and make sure it can't go somewhere. And that's what needs to happen. It's simple obstruction. Yeah, it's so simple. Trump needs to big dick these situations. Exactly. You have to scare these people into submission because you can't reason a person out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into. None of these people are here because they've logically come to the conclusion that illegal aliens are good for the country. They're all here because they saw some video of a crying little girl and they think that ICE agents are just killing them. That's the reason why. So you can't explain it to them. There's no point in explaining it to them. You just immediately just crush it completely. And any hope that there's anything that you can do to stop this from happening, you take that dream and you put it in the dirt.
Agents had to call in local police. Are they allowed or
emotions
are they not
don't beat
allowed
logic? I'm sorry.
To actually...
Well, it's not that they beat logic. It's that you can't reason with people like this. This is one thing that I've learned about people that are religious, for example. You're never going to reason a person out of, like, for example, if somebody feels like they lived, they say, oh, Jonah lived in a whale for 3 days, or the earth is 6,000 years old. You can show them fossils that date back however many years. You can show them stars, and you can talk about the way that light moves, and then the fact that the stars indicate that, the earth has been here for this long, or anything like that. The universe has been here for this long. You can do everything, but at the end of the day, they never arrived at that conclusion through logic, and they will never leave that conclusion with logic either. You have to meet people where they are. The strongest argument in a lot of cases is not an argument.
Enforce local law and maybe fire back in a situation like this.
Well, they're certainly allowed to defend.
Oh, if somebody shoots, you should absolutely shoot them. Yeah, 100%, obviously.
And themselves, and also to arrest somebody doing that, because that would be a federal law violation as well. But it just gets so complicated because you have the locality, of Chicago and Illinois as a whole that are.
You know what I think is probably funny? The fact that the ICE agents probably weren't even the real people that they were shooting at, and I bet it was probably just a shooting that happened in Chicago near ICE agents, and this is probably just a coincidence.
Fighting against the governments are fighting against the federal government at every step of the way, so they're really not getting the support that they need, and even the local police probably want to support them, but they're not getting the support from their upper level. So it really is just a bad situation. And again, these agents that are out there, these are moms and dads, brothers, sisters, neighbors of so many people, and they're putting their lives on the line, and they're in fact doing what they're supposed to do. And these politicians, it goes so far beyond irresponsible political rhetoric, what's been going on. And it's sad that we're going to have to be either today or down the road on one of these shows talking about some horrible tragedy that in many respects.
Somebody's going to die. It's going to happen. It's a matter of time. I'm actually shocked that it hasn't happened yet.
To be prevented.
That's what I think.
Yeah, because it's a strange time in this country when law enforcement officials not only get criticized for doing their
job.
Your
ancestors came to America illegally? Yep. And how'd that work out for the Native Americans? That's not where I want to be, I'll tell you that.
But, I mean, they've had bricks and paint cans thrown at them in Chicago for trying to pick up illegal immigrants.
Yeah, it's really insane if you think about it.
Well, I shouldn't have let it. They're letting it happen.
And the rhetoric coming against them, they're routinely, as we talk about a lot here, they're routinely compared to Nazis by our highest level politicians, not just some fringe politician. So it really does say it's acceptable to resist them and what they're doing, and it's acceptable to harm them if you equate them to Nazis and deal.
Well, I mean, again, if that's the case, then why not just escalate the rhetoric at them too? Like, the people like this will never listen until they're able to feel the consequences of their action. There's never going to be a point where they, okay, well, now we're going to understand this, and it's not, I'm going to get it and figure out what's going on. There's no way that's going to happen. It will always be the same thing every time.
Legitimize everything.
Fight fire with fire? Yeah, exactly.
They're doing it, and it's not surprising that certain members of the public are responding this way.
Because then you're proving their point. Again, you're thinking in terms of you're allowing those people to dictate the conversation by thinking that what their point is even relevant to the conversation to begin with. They don't have a point. They're just retards getting mad for no reason. The only point that matters is the points that win the game. I don't care whether, oh, but see, you're proving me right. Good. All right, there you go. You should have should have watched out for it. that. What happens if you publish theirs? Well, I bet they're going to stop it real quick. And that's the difference, is that these people are bullies because they run unopposed. But the moment that these people meet an equivalent force or an oppressive force, a force that is actually what they believe that they're fighting against, they will immediately crumble. They will stop, and this will be over in a day. They'll just escalate again. No, they won't. They can't. I think that, again, everybody thinks that that's what's going to happen. Most people are not actually violent. They're terrified of it. That's it. Retaliate with punishments. The worse than the offense will stop it. Yeah, exactly. Wasn't a situation like that in LA? Someone docks a person at Docs Dice? Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember that exactly. Investigate them as domestic terrorists? Yes. And so, and a lot that you'll start a civil war? No, you won't. The Civil War was a lot bigger than it was. I think that you're really overestimating the amount of people that are out here doing this stuff. You see a few hundred people go out and get mad about this. It's actually a very small amount. It's incredibly easy. I think that COVID is a great example of this. The government exercised a tremendous amount of authoritarian control during COVID, and everybody basically listened. People were mad about it, for sure, but they listened. And that's always what's going to happen. People listen to authority, and they listen to force.
Tragedy on the streets today.
So if this person is caught, what kind of prosecution might they face, given that it's Chicago, Illinois?
Well, the good news is there will be federal charges that could be brought, attempted murder of a federal agent and things of that nature, use of a firearm during a crime of violence. So they really are some serious federal charges, which will carry a serious penalty. Just the firearms offense alone would have a 10-year mandatory minimum. Ooh. But again, your point is overall right. That's a good start. Overall good in that you're going to be still trying a case in Chicago where you have citizens that are really turned against ICE agents. So, hopefully you would get a jury that would convict on the facts rather than nullify these situations. Yeah. And there's also a plethora of state charges, attempted murder, other types of things that could also be brought against this person. And hopefully people for this type of thing would unite and support a prosecution, and ultimately, hopefully, significant sentence would be laid out in this case, because whoever did this needs to be off the streets and off the streets.
Imagine ruining your life for an illegal. Yeah, I know.
Anyone that's thinking about doing this needs to see that message and realize it's not worth it.
Yeah, it is fortunate that none of those agents was hit by that random gunfire or directed gunfire. Jonathan Fahey.
It's definitely a good thing, but overall, I think that I don't think that they're addressing this and dealing with these people in the right way. And I think that by not doing that, they're just letting the situation. You're basically letting an infection spread. And the longer that you let an infection like this spread, the more detrimental, the more pervasive, and the more problematic it is. The best thing to do is to go in and immediately root it out and get rid of it before it makes other things worse as well. It's like a virus. Yes, exactly, right? And left's group of pussies.
The code in which the universe is written is mathematics. I find it eternally fascinating how mathematics helps us to unlock the secrets of nature. Today I have a lovely example of how mathematics advances physics in a very practical way, and my ambition is that at the end of this video you understand what this image has to do with physics. All physics that we currently use builds on a particular type of equation called a differential equation. These are equations which tell you how a quantity changes, either in space or in time, or both. Really, all theories in physics use differential equations, from quantum mechanics to fluid dynamics to general relativity. It's an interesting question whether that is because nature actually works this way, or because it's what we're most likely to observe about nature. But I digress. Let me tell you about this new paper. Differential equations don't just have one solution. They have infinitely many solutions that describe infinitely many cases. So how do you use them to make predictions for what you're interested in? Say you make an experiment with a laser. What do the photons do? How does water flow? How does a black hole behave? Well, you have to specify the details with what we call a boundary conditions. If you have photons in a reflecting box, for example, your boundary condition is that the photons need to bounce.
But who's gonna give me free money and take care of my kids and pay my rent? Not me. I'm sick of it. Let's get straight into it.
I get myself worked up. I just came here to talk about how I went from literally $1,700 in food stamps for a family of 3, okay? I don't work. I stay home every day. I'm not able to work, so I should be getting the maximum amount.
Yeah, you're not able to work. I mean, you could have a little online job or do something. Maybe work at the apartment complex you live at, or I don't know, having 3 kids is rough, but my big question always is, where's the daddy at? Donde está el padre? Where's the father to these children? Oh, I hope they don't have 3 different dads. You got 3 kids and 3 baby daddies. Brutal work, brother. Man, brutal work.
Especially because he needs cereal, chips, pop. He needs all that. And I need my energy drinks. So
And what he needs is a father.
shots fired! I'm not gonna have this taking me down from that much. And they took me all the way down to $120, which they didn't even tell me why. I just got this notice in here. It says they were cutting me back on food So now I'm really going to have to cut back on everything. He's not going to be able to have his pop no more. He's not going to be able to have his cereal every day for breakfast and his chips that he eats all day long.
Chips? These kids are eating just garbage. This is why I feel so bad for the kids, though, because the kids didn't ask to be brought into this world. As a new father, this is something I've been putting a lot of thought in, is our daughter never asked to be born. It's my entire sole responsibility to make sure she's taken care of in every single way, emotionally, physically, financially, all of it. She should feel protected, taken care of. But these women, they don't think about none of that. They're just like, well, I had a kid. It is what it is. And BT Dubs chat, I'm drinking coffee on today's episode because that sleep deprivation will get you. Not sleeping very much. I went from sleeping like a straight newborn, I guess you don't even sleep because newborns sleep like every 2 to 3 hours. I went to straight sleeping like a kid, 6 to 8 hours a night. Yes, I sleep 6 to 8 hours a night. How do you guys think I have so much energy here? To now I'm sleeping, 3 hours here, 2 hours here, 4 hours here. So it's catching up with your boy. It's catching up, Mustard. Let's get back into this. Wait. Did she say she has 9 kids? My lord.
9 kids, 9 babies. And I want to know why they ain't put my food stuff on their car. Do what? I done been waiting. I done did my application. And I got 3 handicapped babies. I need to know why my food stamps ain't on my car. This is not right. This ain't fair. I don't care about no shutdown or none of that. But I've been calm. I've been calling. Everybody ignoring me. I've been here 3, 4, 5 times. I want to know why ain't my food stamps on my car.
So she got 9 kids. Hair did. Nails did.
I was about to say, she got the Steve Madden bag, hair did, nails did, Gucci slides, earrings on. She got 9 kids?
Madden bag, the big one.
All right, so first of all, there's absolutely...
And see, my whole thing is like, if it's a lot of these welfare queens that look like that, right? Hair did, nails did, everything did, the cumbrellas, everything. I got a diabolical build that we're going to cover in this video later, bro. You saw it in the thumb, but I don't know if you guys can see. Your boy's looking pretty scraggly. I was supposed to have a haircut the other day, but I couldn't go to it because we were so freaking busy, dude.
On vacation with my family because where we were going to go and vacation at, they have already stopped certain things of being able to be purchased with EBT. Well, because of this...
Dude, chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I don't think you should be able to go on a vacation on EBT. EBT, you need to EBT stay at home. You do not need to be going on no vacay if you're on EBT. Bro, this is crazy work. You think you deserve a vacation? You don't even work. A vacation from what? You sit your butt at home all day. What do you need a vacation from? There's so many people that watch. There's so many of you guys that watch that work really hard. A lot of you guys are very, very hard workers. The women and the men that watch. And you guys have to earn your PTO. You have to earn when you get time off. You have to earn all this stuff. You guys don't complain about it because you understand that it takes a lot of hard work to get those days off. You got to put a lot of days in to get days off. But this woman with a whole double chin, neck flapped up, it ain't even dinner time. She got dinner rolls on the front and the back. Talking about, I need a vacation from what? You don't even work. Using food stamps.
That would mean I would have to buy the majority of my family's food out of pocket. And that would dig into my money I have for fun things. So I had no other choice but to cancel the trip. My family is so sad about this, and so am I. I don't understand why people want to control what other people buy with their EBT. Like how?
Because it's free money, dude. Stupid. If it wasn't free and you worked for it, cool. Like for some of you guys that work, I don't care what you buy. I don't care if you go out there and buy spaghetti flavored dildos, and that's your bag, baby. Cool. Do your thing. Different strokes for different folks. I don't care if you go out there and buy potato grenade launchers. I don't care. Whatever you want to buy. But as soon as you get it from the government and it's free, there's the problem. There's the problem.
Is it your business what I buy with my EBT?
I thought this was just common sense.
Yeah, no, it is our business because it's our money, dude. Here's this diabolical build I was talking about. Just wait, bro.
Shopping with me at Sam's Club as a recently unemployed wife to a family of 9 using EBT. Anyway,
big bag.
This build is insane. Triceps are out of this world.
We've officially made it through 1 month of summer break, and man, did it deplete literally everything.
Oh, look at those elbows.
To keep a budget, I absolutely failed.
She never skips triceps day.
At Sam's, and I'm sure I'll pay for that later in the month. But I didn't really have a choice in my
just that right there. Just it looks like
pay for that later in the month. But I didn't
you know when you go to Dairy Queen
really have a choice
and you get This isn't even diabolical. I've seen people on My 600-Pound Life that straight up knees on life support, ankles just screaming, just help me. I feel bad for those slides.
In my defense, because these kids depleted every single thing we had in the fridge.
You sure that wasn't you?
Pantry and freezer. Anyway, this is nothing new. It happens every single year during summer break, so I'm not even...
Because that looks like her daughter, and I don't know how old she is, but got her lashes did, bonnet on, big.
Surprised in the slight. I would also like to state here...
Yeah, reach in the back and get those fresh ones.
A complaint, but I digress. Anyway, my daughter decided that she wanted to play that little game where you go up and down the aisle and you point to something, and when the person says stop...
Y'all should have played that game of getting on the treadmill. Y'all should have played that game of let's get 10,000 steps today. Y'all should have played that game of let's skip a meal. That's what y'all should have played.
Whatever you land on is what you buy. She cheated. She wanted hot chips, so she changed it at the very last second. But whatever, I let her get what she...
I said, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Yeah, good.
They literally cut my food stamp card off. It's zero balance. They took everything. I was just at Meijer's to get some groceries. I had a cart full of groceries, over $600 worth of crap. I went to go slide my card. It's gone.
This lady's rage bait, but I always say, man, when we react to her stuff, it's like there's probably some validity. Like, it wouldn't be funny and it wouldn't be ironic if it wasn't a little bit true, you know? And so you see her do that and you're like, I bet somebody's going through that.
Walking out with some food because they don't have SNAP benefits, food stamps, whatever to pay for it. I need you to keep your phones in your purses, in your pockets, and whatever. I need you not to record nothing. I need you to mind your business. I need you to let these people feed their families, let these workers do their job. If they want to chase, let them chase. But I need you, talking to you, I need you to set aside and be still and let these people do whatever they need to do to feed their families. I need you not to interfere. I need you not to record. I need no evidence. Don't be helping these billion-dollar companies out, catching these people that are just trying to feed their families because
makes sense.
Assistance got cut because you want to help out your already billionaire friends, people that don't have to worry about how they putting food on.
It's the Democrats that are stopping it, though, dude.
Stupid.
Ain't got nothing to do with the Republicans. It's the Dems.
Table this Thanksgiving. Not even Thanksgiving.
Bro, I'm looking at myself. I look like straight up Paul Bunyan.
Shots fired.
Look like a lumberjack that just got off a 12-hour shift.
Shots fired.
Look like a line cook from Denny's that just did double OT.
Shots fired. People that don't have to worry about how to put food on their table for next week's dinner, for this week's dinner, for tomorrow's dinner, for tonight's dinner.
So with your philosophy, with your ideology, as long as it's a necessity, it's okay to steal. Do whatever you want. So with that ideology there, would it be okay to kill someone if that was required for you to eat? Like, come on, bro.
It's already being taken away. A Walmart already got fucking raided. And this is not going to be the first by taking away the EBT food stamps, especially right before fucking Thanksgiving, right before the fucking holidays. And if they think the American people are going to be okay with it, you think the American people are going to go starving? Yeah, you got it all the way fucked up. Expect way more fucking riots at the grocery stores, at Walmart, at Target, wherever EBT is fucking accepted at, yeah. Because apparently the only place that is still getting EBT is New York City and California. But what about the rest of the thousands of millions of fucking people who literally depend on fucking EBT for food? And I heard Aldi is doing a Thanksgiving feeding of 10 people for only $40 freaking dollars. And I don't know how true it is, but you know what? If it is, I'm so motherfucking glad. Mind you, Aldi is not even an American brand. It's a European brand. They don't even...
You know what I think this should be dependent upon is not on a government level where the government provides assistance, but it should be on a local, like, county level. So, like, counties can vote to see, like, oh, do we want people here on EBT? Do we want people here on Section 8? Instead of just allowing everyone to do it all over the place, because then that's when it becomes a problem, is when there's no parameters on it. It's like, yeah, everybody can get EBT. Ah, you can get SNAP. It's cool. It's whatever. And I think it should be county by county, or at least state by state, so you could choose, like, okay, well, in Idaho, I'm not getting no food stamps. I'm not getting any of this, so I'm not going to move to Idaho.
Fathers and children out there that ain't getting their link cards, so they can't eat. And I don't even want to hear you uppity people saying, oh, go get a job. Well, go get this. I'll go to...
Go get a job.
Shots fired!
Go get this. She looks like she has too many teeth in her freaking mouth. Like they're all fighting for the same little bit of room.
Well, maybe you shouldn't live on state aid. Do you realize they now put a letter in with your Medicaid and your link? Oh, you need to have a job, and then those people are going out and getting a job, and then they're getting their link taken from them, so then the little bit of extra money they had is now going on their rent or paying for food, so now they can't put their kid through soccer. They can't get that extra car to make sure their kid gets to soccer. Or they don't have that extra $500-something because y'all took their link card away, and that $500 could have went towards their kid's tuition. Like, y'all rich people
Kids'
think that
tuition? You got kids in private school while you're on EBT? Bruh.
just living off the state to live off the state. Nah. Some people are because they're lazy. But one thing for sure, two things for certain.
For certain? Oh my God, that's like when people say at the end of the day, one thing for sure, two things for certain.
I know. In this very building I live in, there are women striving for greatness, and they went out and did what they had to do, and y'all took their Section 8. Y'all took everything.
If you're striving for greatness, you're not on Section 8.
Shots fired!
Hate to break it to you.
From them that was keeping them afloat.
The reality is that...
Good Lord. Lokes, this stuff is crazy. You want a jerk, dude? Free. Sit. Sit. Wait. Free. Updated the background for you guys. I figured, you know what? We got a new baby. We've expanded the familia. You know, it's time to, you know, change some things. Change is good. Change is inevitable, chat. Embrace change. For some of you guys that maybe don't like change, what I always tell you guys, embrace the change. Love the change. It's hard. Change is always difficult. But here's a good quote I always live by. It's by a Polish Olympian. I can't remember his name. But it goes, hard choices, easy life. Easy choices, hard life. Shibadanaya should have bought a Honda, put it on a t-shirt. If you always choose to just do the easy things, man, your life's gonna be really hard. The path of least resistance is really not that rewarding. You need to go be really comfortable with being uncomfortable. When I started this channel back in November of 2023, I was very uncomfortable. I was okay being in front of a camera. I was okay with that, but with the technology and the uploading and the figuring out, how do I write a description? What kind of stuff do I, what kind of topics do I, like, there's so many unknowns. And a lot of times when you start something new, you don't know what you don't know, which is like the worst level of ignorance to be at, because you don't even know where to start. But one thing you can do, there's another quote by Tony Robbins I also live by. Resourcefulness is the only resource. Shibadanaya should have bought a Honda, put it on a t-shirt. Basically what that quote means is if you have a will to figure something out, you'll figure it out. You've got the internet at your fingertips. You got ChatGPT at your fingertips. You could go in and type in ChatGPT, something you really wanted to try, and it could give you a really good framework of where you should start. I've had ChatGPT, I've asked it so many questions, financial questions, asked it stuff about like, you know, what kind of topic should I cover? What's really popular right now? Look at my analytics and see what my audience likes to see. What does my audience, these aged people, like to see? And there's so many things. You just need to ask a lot of questions. I don't know why I got off on that tangent. I don't know.
I have no clue what I'm gonna do. So I get this letter in the mail and it says that I have to do 15 hours of community service per week.
Oh my God, 15 hours a week? So like 3 hours a day? Oh my, how? How will you ever find that time?
To keep getting food stamps. Do they not understand? This is literally how I feed my kids. How am I supposed to feed my kids? Hold on. Literally.
This is what I don't get is like these people crying about this, not getting food stamps and stuff like that. Like, There's other countries in this world where if you have kids, you don't get free food from the government. You don't get free housing from the government. How are you going to feed them then? You work. You get a job. Like, this is so stupid to me.
I don't know how I'm going to feed my kids if I don't continue to get my food stamps. I have 7 kids, and I depend on this to feed my kids.
I wanted to do 7 of those just so you realize how many that freaking is, dude. You straight up popped out 7 of them babies. And you didn't think to maybe try to provide them a good life. This is one thing Cass and I thought about when we were trying to get pregnant. Are we financially stable enough to support a child? Do we have the time to invest in a child? Because a lot of people think, I'll take that back. Maybe not a lot of people think. I get the inkling of an idea from a lot of these EBT Bettys, EBT Alicias, that they think, oh, it doesn't take time and resources to raise a child. They're just like, I'll just have a kid. It is what it is. I'll figure it out. No. You want to raise a kid properly, you got to give them time, attention, and you're going to have resources. You're going to have money. You got to have a roof over your head. You got to have food. And you need to be able to give them attention. Like right now, Cass is in there hanging out with baby Nix, and they're chilling and she's napping. We put her down. My schedule's all wonky, dude. That's why I'm drinking the Ventis. Venti Americanos. Straight to the nugget. Straight to the medulla oblongata, as Bobby Boucher would say. But these women I feel like they don't prep at all. They're not thinking about, oh, I should have my life together before I pop out 7 humans out of my vaginal cavity. Like, you need to have your life a little bit in order first before you start having all these illegitimate kids.
Kids each month. And I don't know how I'm going to do it without it. They want me to work 15 hours per week to keep getting food stamps. And I only have 1 week to pick the location of my community service. They're not even giving me a month to figure it out.
So I think the government...
Unreal, dude. And it's for me, chat, it's so hard to feel bad for them because I've been dirt poor broke with my mom, and we were on government assistance, but it was a short amount of time. And then you know what my mom did? She went and got a job. So she went and got a job, and then I pretty much was raised by my grandparents for a long time. Raised by my grandparents for a very long time. So... And what's sad now is all the EBT stuff is back. All of it's back. People are back out shopping. They're not doing, I thought it was going to last longer than this. Okay, let's switch gears here. So Trump, I don't know if you guys have seen this. I think it was just passed that he is now offering a 50-year mortgage, which to me, in my opinion, chat, let me know what you think about this. On the surface of this, I thought, oh man, that's awesome. Letting these younger 20-year-olds, buy a home, start investing in their financial future, get some assets under their belt. But then I started thinking about it, and I went, with a 30-year mortgage, you're going to have interest that you pay over this entire 30-year mortgage. Now you add another 20 on that, it's even more interest. The only way this would make sense is if the interest rates were like 1 or 2% instead of 6 and 7%. So let's get into this vid.
50-year mortgages. That's the plan with the housing. 50-year mortgages. That's probably not gonna work. 30 years is, 30 years you buy a house, even in your 30s, you have it paid off by 60, retire at 63 or 65, whenever it is, right? That kind of makes sense. Can't help but think that this is kind of tied to the push.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a point. Like, you retire at 60 or something like that. But, like, at this point, you buy a house when you're, 20. You don't pay it off till you're 70. And I don't know about you guys. I didn't have the money to buy a house when I was 20, bro. I did not have the money to buy a house when I was 20. Nowhere even close. All right, we're hopping all over the place. So I don't know if you guys have seen this new Baja Blast pie from Taco Bell. Oh, this girl does a review of it. It's so nasty, bro. Like, it is so gross. The fact that this is even a thing Every day we stray farther from God's grace.
I've had all fucking week. Got my hands on the Taco Bell and the freeze pie. This pie costed me $20.
$20?
I'm really scared and nervous. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, we finally got the bitch open. It look a little radioactive, bitch. I think I let it thaw out too much.
Yummy baby poop. Yum.
I don't know. It looked kind of scary, but I mean, it's my fault that it's not like pie. I guess I let it thaw out too much.
Brother,
I don't know, bitch. Let me take another bite and make sure I hate it. Here, you taste it. Bitch, I think Taco Bell selling antifreeze pie, bitch. The good parts is the cream and the crust.
Yeah. Oh God. Chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Are you trying that? Put a 2 in the chat if you're not. Like I said, chat, we're jumping all over the place today. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Stick around. Did you know there's no weight limit to snorkeling? Oh my God.
Big bag.
Oh my God. That's the heaviest plant I've ever seen.
Fat people doing things, ba-da-da-da. Fat people doing things.
All the way to the bottom. Oh my God.
There's not enough representation of fat people doing stuff. We're boring and basic, just like you. But you gotta be all weird about it. Fat people doing things.
Bro, imagine the lifeguard that might have to save her. Oh, we're gonna need a couple more lifeguards out here, please. So Target now, I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but Target now is requiring store employees to smile when they are within 10 feet of a shopper, and also required to make eye contact and wave and greet their customers. I'm gonna keep it a thou-wow. If I go to Target and I don't get a wave and a smile, I'm gonna be madder than a hornet's nest. I'm gonna go ham on somebody, bro. I'm gonna go straight ham donut on somebody. So, dude, I saw this video and it cracked me up. So, I don't know if you got, like, in Texas, there's a lot of Tex-Mex. There's a big Mexican influence, which I love. Tex-Mex is some of my favorite food. But the one thing you'll see is people that are bilingual here, if they're talking about something, they'll be speaking in a regular, like, American accent, but then they'll say, like, tacos, guacamole, izquierda, derecho, computadora. Like, they'll kind of jump in and out of it. And with this guy, he does that, but he does it with, like, an Indian accent. Oh, dude, it's so funny.
Are you Indian and hungry?
I am Indian and I'm not that hungry.
I'm not that hungry either. I just had some butter chicken.
You what?
I had some butter chicken and samosas.
Why are you saying it like that?
Saying what?
You're saying butter chicken and samosas.
Oh, you're probably not used to an American pronouncing it correctly.
No, that's not what's happening here.
I also had some naan.
Naan?
Yeah, you might know it as naan bread.
None of these are accurate pronunciations, and I don't even like Indian food.
Oh, what kind of food do you like?
I like Chinese food, like fried rice, chicken duck, general sauce, combo.
You definitely cannot say that.
General sauce, a combo. Like, imagine if people did that with other, you know what I mean? Like, this is crazy to me. This is so wild. Somebody commented, like, she's spot on, and she was talking about strippers, so I was like, I bet you guys would like this.
Forget the strippers. You want to know how you can guarantee your daughter's pregnant by the age of 16? Here is a foolproof recipe, and it's happening every single day. This is not for shock value, some education, because what we're seeing is the result of emotional absence, not bad luck. Step 1, dad, missing, no structure, no backbone, no my house, my rules. Her curfew, a joke, she doesn't have one. Mom plays the best friend role, all validation, no authority. Applause replaces accountability. You let boys into her room, let her lock the door, music blasting, nobody cares. Her phone is—
Aw, nah, brother. Daddy, can I have a boy over and lock that door?
How about no?
That's a no, honey. That's called N-O-No. Why? Because I pay your bills.
raising her instead of her parents. School, optional. Bad grades get labeled as, oh, she's just overwhelmed. Skipping class, she calls it a self-care day. Social media becomes the new parental manual. Thirst traps starting as young as 13. DMs wide open to God knows who. Likes and hearts take the place of actual self-worth. No chores, no discipline, no respect. Spoiled turns impulsive. Impulsive turns self-destructive. And eventually, reckless turns pregnant. So what's the real reason why? Kind of like this. The only sex talk she gets is use protection and have fun. Nobody explains emotional bonding, self-esteem, or the power of attachment. We glamorize this behavior, then act surprised when it frickin' backfires on us.
Wow, this lady's cooking. I might have to watch that one a couple more times. So I've been doing, so one of you guys reached out to me. I'm not going to call anybody out, but somebody reached out to me Well, I guess I commented, so it's not really reaching out, but I feel like it is when you comment. She talked about she had a few kids. She doesn't have insurance. Chat, let me know. Do you guys have insurance? The more and more I'm thinking about it, and Cass and I were going through this pregnancy, and Cass and I went through the labor and delivery and the birth. I'm like, insurance is such a scam. They're trying to push it on you so much because I'm self-employed now, So I was like, you know what? We don't really have insurance right now. And they're like, well, you sure? You can get some. You can. And I'm like, why are y'all pushing me to get it so bad? I'm like, I'll just pay for it. And then I found out they're like, well, if you don't have insurance, we'll offer you like a 20 or 30% discount. I'm like, well, then why would I even get it? So this lady's kind of talking about this.
So I don't normally jump on that health insurance is a scam, but today it is absolutely a scam, and I swear it's fraud. I need an MRI on my back because I hurt my back. My clinic sent it over to a hospital. They ran it through my insurance. They called me and said, hey, your portion of it that you're going to have to pay after insurance is $5,100 for this MRI. So I'm like, wow, okay. I was like, before we do that, just wait, because I'm like, $5,100 just seems wild. I called another place who was also waiting for my insurance to go through to see how much it was going to be. My insurance was still on hold with them, but I asked them, hey, if I just cash pay this, how much is it going to cost for this MRI? And they're like, well, if you just want to cash pay it, not run anything through insurance, it's $700. And so I'm like, sounds a lot better than $5,100. So I called the original hospital back and said, hey, if I don't run this through insurance, what is the cost if I just decide to self-pay it, since I know the other place is $700? The lady's like, I'll rerun it under you being self-pay and I'll call you back with your total. So a few minutes go by, the lady calls me back and she goes, hey, I talked to my supervisor. Since you have insurance, we are not going to let you self-pay it, so we won't give you that number.
That is the dumbest thing ever to me. Oh, you have insurance, so we have to make you pay it. That's wild to me that we're living in a world where that is actually a thing. Like, Chad, have you seen this happen to you? It's wild to me. It is so wild to me that this is what we're kind of, going through. Is that people got to pay this much out of pocket for stuff when you already have insurance. So you're telling me I'm paying like a premium every month, $1,500, $1,000, $500 a month. But then when something actually happens, I got to pay even more? It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. Oop, wrong one.
I asked, what do you charge, or what is a bag for a night at a frat even?
Oh, the frats have money.
Yeah, but what do they pay you for a night at a frat?
Should I say that?
You can give us a ballpark. I'm just genuinely curious.
For a night? What kind of nights we talking about?
She's a runner. She's a track star.
I'll take no less than
10
or like 12, yeah.
Fuck, so 10K bro, you need to
and like 10
focus.
Is like kind of like, I don't want 10, but I'll like do it. And especially if
imagine the world we live in where a woman that's privileged that looks like 1990s Christina Aguilera talking about, I don't know if I'll take 10. 10's like a little low for me. I'll take it, but I don't really want to do it. Bro, if somebody paid me 10K to show up, I would show up shirtless. Whatever y'all want. I'd have pixies in my hair. Whatever. 10K?
It's like in the same city where like I can fly, so it's like makes sense. But yeah, but also sometimes it's not really about the money as much as like if it's a college that I really want to do, or like a venue that I really want to do, I'll maybe do it for less just because I'm still new at it too, and it's just like still fun and getting my name out there that I'm doing it. So it's not really all about the money, but it does help.
Yeah.
Like making money.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
We might do some shit together, right?
Yeah.
Well, he probably you think you could probably charge 20. He told me he thinks he could charge 20. So I don't know, like how you guys want to figure it out.
Get it to. I'm like, guys.
Well, what's your rate? I have no idea. You're not doing it for less than 15.
Yeah, no, but we're.
That's unreal. These girls are showing up to college campuses for 10 bands, 20 bands. I saw this video and was like, this will be good for the chat. I like
When it comes to men, us women place guys into 3 categories. The first category is the guy that we meet and we instantly just want.
This is called the Chad, which everybody can be a Chad. I know you guys might not believe that, but there's some woman out there that sees you as a Chad.
The sexual chemistry is high. We don't care what they do or how much they make, they are getting it. The second type is the guy that, he's okay. He's maybe not that good looking, but he is willing to spend money. He's going to pay our bills. He's going to buy us nice things. He's going to take us on all the dinner dates. But is he the one? No. Is sexual chemistry high? Or mid, probably. And then there's the third guy. The third guy doesn't have a shot in hell. There is nothing that he can do. There is no amount of money that he can make that would make us want him. He is a no right off the bat. Am I lying or am I telling the truth?
There's some validity to this, and I like to put things in categories. So that's why I say, hey, go try to find the girl that sees you as the Chad. That's really your goal, because you could be a Chad to some chick, but you just got to find that chick. I don't know if y'all have seen this movie. I think it's called I can't remember. I'm stupid. But the quote on the top of it says, how the I don't need a man 30-year-old single mom be when she find a single man. Bro, this whole scene's hilarious.
I'll do whatever you want. I'll cook for you, wait on you, make love to you. I can make you happy, Josh. I can make you so happy. No.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I don't know if y'all have ever seen this clip, but like, dude, this guy right here, he's probably one of the biggest simps I've ever seen. The biggest simp. Like, this is a textbook of don't be this guy.
So at 22 and 40, do you think that this relationship would last without sex?
How about no?
Yeah,
We
actually haven't had sex.
And how long has it been?
2 months.
A little over 2 months.
Why are you choosing to wait?
I'm a serial monogamist, and I like to make sure that I know what
I'm a serial monogamist. Bro, you sound like a simp.
Stupid.
I'm a serial monogamist, I just really don't like to stop lying.
You're a liar!
getting into before I get into it. And then also on top of that, she has her rules.
Rules like?
I don't want to have sex with a guy for a year after knowing it.
A year? A year in a fly's life? I'll give you 365 seconds. How about that? You ain't getting no 360. That's too long, Chad. Is that too long? Chad, I'd say don't even wait more than 2 weeks, bro. I used to tell girls, like, a prerequisite for you to be my girlfriend is I gotta buck you. I don't see this.
So he has to wait a year before.
Yeah.
This is what's crazy. So she says that, but we already know that I don't really have to wait for a year because it's gotten pretty far to where I could have fucking gotten it already. But anyways.
You're a liar!
Dude. Bro, you're a simp and a pay pig at this point, talking about I could have got it if I wanted to. You couldn't even get it after 2 months, and you're paying her bills probably.
Do that. No, it has not. Stop playing with me right now. Don't do that.
But why make a man wait a year who's already providing for you, even as you...
That's just like a personal thing. After my baby daddy,
I'm going to be real with you.
After my baby daddy. After my baby daddy, my standards got a little higher, and I don't just let dudes cheese in me anymore. Stop it. This makes no sense. This dude's simping on a straight up single. Oh my god.
I'm gonna be real with you. So, like,
you gonna be real with him about me?
I'm gonna be real with him about you. So this is the deal. She's used to, like, there's dudes that always try to get stuff, and like they think that they pay for it and do whatever they provide whatever, that they feel like they can have whatever they want from the female, and that's what she's been dealing with. And I told her, I said, you know what, that's not what I'm about, and it's really not. I love her. I love her kids. You know, we have fun and everything. You know.
How many kids?
She has 2. I have 2.
Oh my god.
I'm more into it about the ending of it, not just the sex part of it.
You talking about a woman that's got pooped out 2 humans and you're gonna wait a year? She done spat out 2 humans out of that vaginal canal, and you're talking about I'm gonna wait a year. Don't be a guy like this, bro. This is another level of symptom. This is why I say he has the symptoms of a simp. That's why I say we gotta end the simp-epidemic, dude. He's really rationalized it in his mind that he's doing the right thing. I'm waiting, I'm waiting for her, and it's just worth it to me, I want to build an intimate connection. Bro, stop. She doesn't respect you. If a girl's making you, chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. If a girl's making you wait a year to buck, she doesn't respect you. She doesn't even like you. She's gonna sympathy buck you later on. This woman has been bucked at least twice and pooped out 2 kids. And you're telling me you're gonna wait a year? Oh, God. This is why I started this channel, to fix crap like this. This is horrible. Isn't that right, Lokes? Oh my God, it's so bad. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It was good to have you guys out, man. Until next time, peace.
Why? Why? They love spending money. I know they love spending money. I'm aware of that. I had my ex-girlfriend and my mom living in my fucking house. They'd just they'd sit downstairs, complain about me, and spend all day. My mom would be spending my money. Ex-girlfriend be spending her own, to be fair. But my mom be spending my fucking money, complaining about me being loud, just like I'm being right now. Oh, he's so loud. Spending my money. And then my house was like a miniature Amazon warehouse. Every day, I wake up in the morning to go live. I open up the door. There's 5 boxes. Ma, what's in this one? I don't know. Open it and find out. What do you mean, open it and find out? You don't know what you bought? Nope. I forgot. It's a surprise. Yeah, let's find out. And then she'd be ordering shit too. At least she was happy. She was. And I gave her my card. I let her buy whatever she wanted. I told her, do not spend more than $5,000 a day. That was... I'm like, you have to message me. If you want to buy something for more than $5,000, can you please tell me? Just so I know. And, you know, that was it. And corruption must be purged. No, she has all this stuff. She would buy stuff for Cody, for Jeff, for Zach, for everybody. She'd buy stuff for me too. And that was it. And damn, that was it. Yeah, exactly. No, I let, and it was, by the way, just absolutely best use of my money that I could ever spend. I don't regret it for a second. I have no problem. If I can spend my money to make my family happy, I would do it in a heartbeat. And I can't imagine not having that mindset. That being said, holy shit, there were a lot of packages. Oh my God, there were so many packages. It's insane. And so anyway, it's like the ex-girlfriend got so many of them, she would just tear them open. She wouldn't even use scissors. She just got used to just tearing them open like a fucking gorilla. Yeah, I'm serious. She just opened it up. Yeah, exactly. Just ripping it open. And I remember the first time I saw her do it, I said, what the fuck? Wait, what is this? Yes, exactly. You do it too? I do not. I've got a knife, right? I've always got a knife with me. What do you mean? Yeah, it's easier sometimes. I've got a knife in every fucking room. And yeah, that's how you open it. That's not how I open it, okay? And so I don't know what to say. But anyway, I've gone off on a tangent. My point is that microtransactions suck. Nobody wants them, and they don't improve the game. That's the point, all right? The vast majority of housing items are and will continue to be earnable in-game. Only a small fraction is available for purchase from the shop. Comparing this number against collectibles such as mounts is a good metric here, with more than 1,000 mounts earnable in-game and only a few dozen from the shop. Okay, so what they're saying is that it's okay for us to do this because we've done it. Yep, all right. Housing items tend to be tied to core fantasies of players' class or race. Things that already exist in Azeroth won't be sold in the shop. Thematically important decor that players know and love will also not appear in the shop. Well, that's always debatable. I mean, what do you mean by thematically important? Like, every expansion pack thing has an item or something that's thematically important. Like, you had the cosmic armor with, like, Shadowlands, and it tied in with the Ouroboros armor. And the entire idea of the Shadow fucking Souls thing, and, like, the Well of Souls. So, like, what is this? I mean, like, this isn't... Also, thematically, what about in Warlords of Draenor, when the Fey Dragon was only buyable from the store, but it was the mount that you would fly around on if you took a flight path in Shadowmoon Valley? Oh, that's right. Are we WoW bitching? Yeah, McConnell, we're WoW bitching. We're doing it. They're adding fucking microtransaction items to the housing. Can you believe this? It's ridiculous. That's right. And so, yeah, exactly. How many of these, I still have it. Why store mount is bad. Cost money, look good, not a reskin, $25. Blizzard, I think it says Blizzard Lazy too. I'm not sure. I wrote this. Yeah, this is an artifact. This is from like 8 years ago. All right, we have to pull out the ancient magic to show that nothing has changed. That's the worm mount. Yes, it is. This is maybe it was from Shadowlands. I don't remember, but it was from a while ago. I've had that for that long. Let me put it back up so I don't lose it. I don't know how it got torn. That's confusing to me. I'm annoyed that it got torn. Anyway, so yeah, Shadowlands was like 5 years ago. Why don't you shut the fuck up? How about that? Actually, it was. I think it came out in December, right? December something to 2nd or something like that. And you get mad over a game you don't play anymore? Yes, I do. I get mad over a game I don't play anymore. I understand, no, you love the game and you hate what it's become. I do. And costs in the shop are clearly defined. The ratios of Hearthsteel to real money are fixed and easily understood at a glance. Then why does Hearthsteel exist? If everything is so easy to understand, what is the value that it adds to the player experience by creating a secondary currency in order for people to buy things off of the store? Also, I bet you're lying. I do. I bet you're lying. You are sucking liars. I bet that it's not going to align perfectly. You're going to buy, here's what it's going to be, all right? You're going to have, it's going to be an item and it's 1,200 hearth steel, okay? And do you know what that is? It's $12. So you have the option. You can either decide to buy the $10 pack or the $20 pack. And the $20 pack comes with a bonus. That's the bonus. Wow, you're happy now, aren't you? There is no value to having a secondary digital currency. You can't even earn this in the game. There's no earnable way for it to be in the game. Why a virtual currency? Okay. Great question. This was one of the first things we heard the community discussing. Why bother when we already have a BattleNet balance? It's important to note that when dealing in transactions involving real money, a more deliberate and cautious process needs to be implemented to provide appropriate financial protections for both parties. This can be inefficient, inconvenient, and often tedious. I can't believe that I'm still getting mad at this stupid fucking company. How is this happening? How is this happening to me? Okay, so first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna just get rid of the... Okay, all right, now that's been fixed. And now we'll go back. We're going to move this over. And then get rid of that. This can... Just a minute, sorry. Okay. Fixed. This can cause us to lose money. That's right. So that's the way it works. It can cause us to lose money. So let me explain this and let me understand this properly. Your argumentation for why you want a virtual currency is so you can avoid having to provide appropriate financial protections? I have never heard a better argument against virtual currency in my life. This is like saying, well, the reason why I'm stealing things is because I want them for free. Oh, the reason why I hit you is because I wanted you to have a headache. What do you mean? They straight up say it. Smaller housing items in the shop are often low cost and players will want to purchase multiples of them to complete a set. Why? Why can't you just make it to where if you buy one, you can just duplicate it multiple times in the house? Who decided this? Oh, that's right, you did. You decided this. Just let me dupe the items. Yes, exactly. Like, what are we doing? This is, you need to buy every single vase? What is this, IKEA? You know, here, guys, this is what they're... Okay. I can't duplicate this guy unless somebody gives me a subscription. Somebody needs to sub right now with Twitch Prime. It's nobody? I guess, okay, there's somebody right there. Okay, we had 3. Okay, 3 people subscribed. All right. It's 1, 2, 3. We can't do it again. Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, we've got some more of them. Okay, wow. Wow, look at that. Oh my god, it's like Fantasia. Oh man, oh look how much money I'm making. Oh my god, wow. This is a completely necessary step. Everybody has to keep subscribing so I can keep making copy pastes of the same fucking thing that you can create infinitely with no restrictions whatsoever and no reason to add an additional charge to other than to fuck the player in the ass. But if you still play retail WoW, you fucking deserve it. So you know what? Go ahead. I think you should make them pay extra. If people still play this game, that's what they get. That's what they get. Oh, wow. Scavenger just gifted 10 Surge on Scavenger. Oh, wow, guys. You guys got a pack of 10. Oh, if you get a pack of 10, you get an extra vase for free. Oh, wow. What a bunch of horse shit. Can you believe this? Oh, my God. What a bunch of retards. As an example, you may want a full set of chairs. Guys. You can't just do this, okay? You can't just do this. It's impossible. These fucking... Oh my god. Oh my god. That's illegal? It should be illegal. Yes, this is crazy. The match ones are sold separately. So yes, I'm not going to use a word, okay? I'm not going to use a word. You're a company, bro. Yes. And it's just multiple place settings for your invited guests, or even mini... Guys, you have to understand, okay? Look. All right? This is a good one. Oh, wow. Guys, you can't just do this. You can't do this. You can't do this. It's impossible. Every single one has to be $5. They all have to be $5. Imagine thinking that there's artificial scarcity. Imagine thinking there's scarcity inside of a digital product. This is like an oxymoron. You take no yeah, you don't take candles anymore. You buy them. Isn't that cute? I like that. That's for Hanukkah. We're not gonna elaborate on that anymore. Anyway, so multiple place settings for your invited guests, or even mini candles to help decorate the room for a complete look. Using in-game currency can help make the process of obtaining many of these types of inexpensive items more efficient. So, let me get this straight, okay? Let me just see. Well, hold on. I want to make sure we're on the same page here, okay? So, it's more convenient and more efficient for me to put in my credit card information and buy them every single time with my real money, rather than just simply being able to click and drag an additional one onto the floor. Is that correct? It's more efficient that you have to buy them with real money. This is crazy. You may have already seen hints of this on the public or the PTR. We're adding a housing catalog, which allows players to view all of the potential housing decor, earnable, purchasable, special promotions, and so on. Also purchasable, by the way. That lets you not only preview it in the UI, but place a temporary version of it in your home as well, so you can see how it fits before deciding if you want to spend time tracking it down or purchasing it from the shop. Wrapping up We've said it before and we'll keep saying it, but please keep your feedback coming. Okay, here's my feedback. The idea that you have to buy multiple versions of the same item is completely greedy and absolutely ridiculous, and it's an insult to any player, and it's an insult to the intelligence of the players that you want to actually say that that's more efficient. So being able to buy multiple of an item implies that there is a stackable system of the item. Implying that there's a stackable system of the items means that there's definitely an amount of these items that you can place to some degree, not to infinity, right? But there's some maximum stack size. Why are players not able to just create as many of these as they want if they've already purchased the item? The only reason is so you can milk people for the maximum amount of money possible. So this is like being able to buy one of the store mounts, but you have to pay extra for it to be able to fly. This is embarrassing. Or no, maybe you have to pay extra to be able to use it on different accounts. Like, if you buy the store mount on your mage, you can't use it on your warrior. Why is that? Oh, that's right. It's not like that because you know it's a garbage system and it's fucked up and it sucks. So what you're doing is you're just adding in another way to fuck players in the ass for no reason other than just being greedy pieces of shit. Just let people make as many versions of them as you want. There is literally no value to making people purchase multiple versions of the same thing. If they make this change, I will do a housing transmog competition in Midnight. If they make this change. Who do you support? I support the players. I support these sad, addicted, mazed. Do you remember Bobby Kodak's Maze? Remember that one? Just these people they've gone hollow. All they know how to do is run Mythic Plus. Their minds have been turned into oatmeal. I can't bear to see this happen to them. They don't deserve this. They deserve some degree of dignity. This is outrageous. How do I get out of this maze? You got to play Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's how you have to do it. It's the Age of Dark. Yes, it's time to turn around and see the light. See all of the candles that you can infinitely duplicate with no restrictions whatsoever. If they do that, I will do a housing competition for Midnight and, even make my own little house. It is embarrassing that you would do this. The greed. Where's the WoW Reddit? Where are they talking about this? Isn't it harassment to make a group and spam report? All bots. All bots. I think we might have to do what we might have to do. Are we gonna have to? Remember this? Are we gonna have to get a group together and solve this problem? You can't prove they're bots. Isn't it harassment to make a group and spam report? You're right. These guys aren't bots. They're not bots. Do you remember we did this and we got everybody over there and we spam reported everybody and they hashtag stop the bots? And do you want to know what's funny? Is that towards the end of it, there weren't as many. They did stop. What? They stopped. They all just less of them? Yep. They logged out. It's a lunch break? No, they don't get lunch breaks. Did we break the bots? They probably broke the person they have on follow. Man. What's this one gonna do? This one's still working. That's
But the
one
other
guy.
one's-
Report him. So anyway, this is how much Blizzard cares. Do you remember how many times that I went in and we tried to report people over and over and over after getting banned? While Asmund finds out about the bot situation. And on a third day, my brothers, the bots have been released. What's this? This is a big bot situation. Oh, man. Can't wait to buy gold? Oh, yeah. I mean, hopefully you buy it soon so you can reserve your spot in the BFD GDKP. WoW is a pay-to-win game. Interesting. I've seen almost bots, if any. Well, that happened. It happened. It's just, this is 5 years ago. And they still can't manage. By the way, all it takes to get rid of this is to just hire one employee to just go boop, 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 boop. And you're done. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it took. They don't care. They don't care. There's no incentive. That's right. And what's your secret to keeping one shirt white? What's this here? Well, it's just because I'm perfect and clean. That's obviously why. I don't get dirty. I never get dirty. Other things get me dirty. Is it true you don't want people to sub to your channel? I mean, people want to sub. It's okay to them. I don't need anybody's money. I don't need anybody's money. I'm completely self-funded. I don't need anything. So don't worry about it. Yeah, like you don't ever feel like you need to financially support me in any way. I'm completely financially secure, and that's it. This was SOD release. Guys, who's ready to play World of War? Who's ready to start playing World of Warcraft? Are you guys ready? Oh, wow. It's an Uber farm? Yeah, it's a pretty good one. Yeah, definitely. And wow, guys, that's where we're at, okay? Why even bother looking for a group? So this guy right here, you are in my chat on a regular basis. I recognize your name. People might not know this, but every name I read, every, thing like this that I see, I remember every single one of them. That's right. Every single one. People think they're clever. They think they're being cute. It's not going to happen. Me, when the first player... This guy must have spent a lot of money. How does he feel right now? Did anybody tell him? Nobody told him. Nobody told him. That's a sick Drakthir look? Oh, God. Need more Drakthir. Oh, great. Oh, Jesus. How much cheese is too much cheese? Well, it depends on how much cheese you can afford with your cheese. And, yeah, that's where we're at. So not a single comment about the about this. Okay, now it's confirmed to be real money. Let's hear them discussing how... I've seen this before in Hearthstone. This is nothing more than a scam to make you buy bigger packs. An awful lot of microtransactions in a game that I pay monthly for and buy the expansion packs for. I love microtransactions in my subscription game. We currently have no plans to use it in a trading post, etc. Emphasis on currently. While the marketing bullshit talk is obviously a poor attempt to placate anyone who's upset at yet another monetization scheme, the worst offender here is the catalog's paid items have been injected right into the housing interface. That's right. Oh, that's actually a really good point. I never even thought of that. No, you're right. Holy shit. Yeah, wait, how did I even get to this? I forgot. How did I even start getting mad about this? Oh, it was okay, it was a link. Yeah, right here. Yeah, this is how it got. Okay, yeah. All right, so I was wondering how it even happened. So you can see the image right here. And so it's actually an in-game advertisement because these ones right here, I'm assuming, are the ones that you have to buy. Yeah, look at this. So it's the store is now integrated into the base game interface. Cart preview. The only way I'd want a cart after this is if I was playing Monster Hunter. This is disgusting. It's embarrassing. Log in and check it out yourself? No. Absolutely not. I want to kill myself? Yeah, that was the joke. That was the... Yeah, you got it. And so anyway, yeah, that was the idea. And so... It's a shopping simulator disguised as a game. When's the last time you logged into WoW? Over a year ago. I haven't logged into WoW in over a year. And so, Jesus, wow, I didn't read the fine print. That's awful. You should have access to the item from the store just like a WoW token. Now they're also in a catalog where you go to not obtained. As if paying $50 for each expansion and $15 a month wasn't enough, here come even more microtransactions for players. If they wouldn't do it if it didn't work, gamers have zero willpower. Free-to-play model on a subscription-based game. Big LOL. This is so embarrassing. I don't even know what to say. I do not even know what to say. This is so embarrassing and so sad. Do you remember the Onion story on World of Warcraft? I don't know. How quickly can someone max out their credit card? I don't know. Hello, this is Blizzard. How many would you like to eat? That's not what they say. Hello, this is Blizzard. How many, hot dogs would you like to eat? Yeah, we added, we have the new hot dogs here, and they're gonna be delicious. They taste, really good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're hot dogs. Do you see WoW players bragging about 9 million players as if that's real? I don't know if it is or not, but I feel like if it is, this is gonna be 9 million people spending money on this stupid bullshit. Again, I don't think this is a, it's not a good thing. Seeing a game that's this aggressively monetized with a player base that's looking to justify it because they're addicted to the game. Like, I'm okay if you want to be a eater, but don't be a eater and tell me it's a hot dog. Don't you ever tell me it's a hot dog. I know exactly what you're doing. Everybody knows exactly what you're doing. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to yourself. Won't it just be like the trader's tender? No. Yeah, and that's, yeah, oh, that's gross. This is ridiculous. Housing is a major feature of the next expansion. You idiot. That's the reason why they're doing it. Because, yes, obviously, that's the reason. That's, of course, the reason why. Duh. Yeah, WoW community is just bridge builders? No. This is World of Warcraft. On an average, right? This is how WoW is nowadays. I always tell the joke, oh, well, if you build 100 bridges and you suck one, you're not a bridge builder, you're a sucker. Well, if you build one bridge and you suck 100, I guess you're Blizzard. This is ridiculous. I've literally been mad about this for almost the majority of my life. We're getting there. I have been mad about this video game adding in microtransactions for the majority of my existence. I don't know what the fuck that means. But there's something wrong. It's started because you put the salt? Yes. Go get the salt. 6 straight years bitching about this on stream. 6 years for nothing. For absolutely nothing. Just for them to do it again and make it worse. Is the MMO scene essentially dead? Unfortunately, it's not. That's why they're doing this. I can't believe this. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, you've been watching for a while, huh? Yeah. I went from watching you quit WoW to come back and quit again. Crazy, you actually extradited yourself. Okay? As a former meth addict, like looking at old photos of them on meth, shit-talking how expensive meth is now. Yep. That's about right, isn't it? Oh my fucking god. I don't even know what to say, man. This is absolutely insane.
I think about violence.
I was gonna watch this. This is a little bit kind of sad. Elon Musk might be the first trillionaire. Oh my God.
Elon Musk could become the world's first trillionaire.
Good for him.
Tesla shareholders approve a pay package for Musk worth roughly
big money.
$1 trillion.
Say it like
big
this,
money.
$1 trillion. The package gives Musk 12 tranches of stock in a 10-year period tied to performance targets that could eventually hand Musk around 25% stock ownership in Tesla. Joining us now to break this all down
Good for him.
Kurt, the cyber guy. Kurt, so Elon Musk is worth about $500 billion right now.
It's a lot of money.
He could increase that by $900 billion, almost $1 trillion. So going from rich to richer, why does this matter?
Tax would be astronomical.
Well,
yeah, it's a lot of tax.
You got to keep him around. He is so tied to that brand. Good morning to you, both of you. And Todd, if you would just give her a birthday hug for me, if you would. Carly, happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Elon Musk having quite a celebration after this pay package has been approved by the board.
I guess this must be why Elon does all of these streams where he gives away Bitcoins, because he has so much money. I think it makes sense now.
Man, he might be the very first trillionaire. Now he's got to, got some hurdles to get through. He's got to really do some performance with Tesla in order to earn all of that. But hey,
yeah, it's
he's
hard
done
to
it
do.
before. Can he do it again? I would say it's quite possible.
I think that the main obstacle Tesla has to overcome now is creating the idea. Like right now, Waymos are very popular as autonomous cars. And I think it's shifting the consumer perspective around Tesla also having a monopoly on autonomous cars. Because electric cars, I think, are going to be a transitionary device. I think the reality is that in, like 30 years, I think really the autonomous driving cars are going to be the future, right? And I think in 50 years, it'll probably be illegal to drive your own car. It will be on public roads. The reason why is that everything else will be autonomous and it will be considered a danger because it will disrupt the system. So, yeah, that's what's going to happen. And no, I know. And it might not happen for longer because people that are around our age grew up driving and we don't want to give it up, right? We were going to be the boomers of that time. But I do think that that's really the biggest challenge that Tesla has right now is how can you find a way to basically change and create the perception in the mind of everybody that Teslas are the best autonomous driving cars. And if he can do that, I think he earned $1 trillion. I'm going to be honest. I think he totally earned it. But that is a very, very hard mountain to get on top of.
Guy has pulled a rabbit out of his hat one time after
That's what I'm
another.
thinking.
Okay, so what should we
He
be
will.
watching
I think
for
so.
from
They're too
Tesla
expensive. Teslas are?
innovation-wise
I don't think so.
For him to hit these milestones, because it's not just going to be based upon business as usual, selling a few Teslas. It's got to be a lot more. What are you looking for?
The competition is in China, period. I mean, we've got all kinds of EVs that are being introduced in China that, quite frankly, beat out Tesla's current.
They're really good. Like, China has a lot of really, really strong technology. Same with their phones. Really, really strong, really great technology. I'm not sure the longevity or the quality of it, but at least its presentation is really incredible. Those freaking Toyotas. So I think those are Japan, aren't they? But I know what you mean.
Current product line. So he's got to innovate there. When you have a U.S. car maker, CEO, Driving a Chinese-made EV saying this quite could be the best car I've ever been in. It's very telling about the U.S. industry as it relates to EV development. So he's got quite a path there for innovating into cars that you and I want to buy.
And also, I think the future is autonomous cars. That's the real future. And if you're thinking about, like, if he's thinking about being in the business for 50 more years, and I think honestly it's going to happen faster than that. I think that's where he's got to be looking. And I'm sure it is what I mean, he's not stupid, right? I mean, obviously, like, that's very clearly where things are going.
So there's talk about stuff
Hope
in
you're
the
wrong.
skies
Sure.
and all of that. So at the end of the day, do you think that the shareholders of Tesla made the right call in authorizing this pay package?
Well, you got to keep...
It depends on if he increases shareholder value. It doesn't matter. Like, how can you know whether they made the right decision if the decision is based on a incentive that hasn't been realized yet? That's like saying, did you make the right call ordering this meal before the meal has arrived?
Really? What is Tesla without Elon Musk? And at the same time,
silly
it's
question.
tied to performance. So if he doesn't meet
Exactly.
certain benchmarks of performing, bringing Tesla back around, well, he's not getting that kind of money.
I really wish that there were more businesses and more types of companies that behaved in this way, that performance incentives and other types of stock incentives are implemented inside of, their compensation. Like, in my opinion, that's one of the great things that people like Michael Dell did. And so and also NVIDIA is another great example of this. Steam to a lesser extent, where stock compensation is in a lot. They all do. Well, they all do. You're right about that. But the level in which they all do is, I think, too high. I think that if you get employees invested in at a mid-level and maybe even sometimes at an early, like not mid-level, not early, but like an entry-level, position, I think that you're going to see more improvement and higher performance from them. That's why you can have, like a young guy immediately get into a salesman job and really be a high performer. It's because they have a compensation package that's an incentive for that. And you don't have that as much probably working at the federal government, for example. HEB does that. That's a great thing. Bobby Kotick, performance KPIs were insane, and he hit them every time. Bobby Kotick, that guy knew how to make money. You can hate him for all you want. You can say that he is the worst dude ever. But man, could he make some fucking money? Holy shit. I would love to talk to Bobby and just be like, bro, how did you do it? What's next? It's Bobby's world. That's right. Remember that?
Understood.
$200 million golden parachute.
I'm Steve Doocy.
What a
I'm
fucking
Brian
G.
Kilmeade.
And yeah, bro, if Elon Musk ends up locking down the $1 trillion fucking package, because you also have to keep in mind, this stock package is going to scale in value as Tesla scales in value too. So if he hits these performance incentives, there's a multiplier effect, because the performance incentives will imply that the stock is also massively improving. So he's going to have a lot of fucking money, right? And I think, again, it's autonomous cars. That's the fucking future, man. It's autonomous cars. And I think also in the intermediary, there's going to be a huge demand. And I don't know about this. You guys feel this way. There's a huge demand for not smart cars, but stupid cars. And I think this is happening with a lot of technology, is that as technology becomes like more like TVs, like a smart TV, a refrigerator with a screen on it, I think a lot of people are not as interested in that kind of stuff as they used to be, right? Newer cars have so much tech now. Yeah, I know. I have one. I know. I'm fully fucking aware of it. Self-driving will work only when we all have them? Well, that's not even true. How could you say that when there's self-driving cars that are on the road right now? Like, what do you mean? Like, here, let me go ahead and I'll just, let's ask this question. Rate of accidents between Waymo self-driving cars versus actual drivers in the same cities they are in. Also accounting for who is at fault in the accident. Okay, so let's go and let's take a look, right? And let's find out right now. That's a long question. Yeah, I know they can figure it out. It's not a big deal. It's a robot. It does whatever I want it to. It's my slave. This is my robot slave that does anything that I tell it to. Waymo vehicles experience 55 to 91% fewer crashes overall than human drivers in the same cities across categories like police reported crashes. They're going to happen, little bro? I think that they will happen, but I don't think that it's going to be like the Jetsons. Does that make sense? And I think also whenever you're driving, there's a lot of other complications with like air traffic that's unique to air traffic versus ground traffic. And so like I'm less sold on that. But again, in our life, I don't know though. But yeah, you can see all of these here, fatal attributions and human data underreports minor injury. Waymo overreports minor injuries for transparency. Waymo, so even with human data underreporting and Waymo overreporting, Waymo's data consistently shows autonomous vehicles are safer than humans in the cities, with fault heavily skewed towards human drivers. Wow. A lot of people don't know that. There it is. You want to set Tesla this year? I mean, I'll try it out. I mean, if he gets a flying Tesla, like I'd be down to try it out. Sure. I'd be down to try this. Oh, man, would I be down to try the first one out? I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe like I mean, it depends on how high. Like, it depends on how high up we go, right? I mean, like maybe like 20 feet. But you know, I have to really think about that. Like the fifth one? Wait, what do you mean the fifth? Yeah, the fifth one? I don't know. I'd try a second one, baby. That'd be all right. You can survive 20 feet. Yeah, I'd be all right. Yeah, I'd try 20 feet. It's no big deal. You can die from a small drop too. Yeah, but it's like on average, right? And Chinese car maker Xpeng revealed its version of a flying car, displaying it in a new showroom in Sydney. I didn't see that, but I saw the one that goes on water, obviously. And so yeah, I did see that too. Check same question for Tesla. Well, Teslas are, I mean, they're vehicles driven by, vehicles do not have an accident rate. I mean, I guess some of them do. Like, I mean, I bet sports cars probably have a higher accident rate than, you know, like, minivans maybe, right? But that's because of like the people that are driving them. But overall, obviously, I think it would be basically the same thing. Tesla has drivers on FSD accidents by miles driven. Yeah, well, FSD, what does FSD stand for? I actually don't know. What does FSD stand for? I just know Waymo is entirely autonomous, so I thought it would be a good comparison. Fully self-driving. Oh, okay. I thought autonomous would be one of the acronym letters, so I assume that's not what it was. But okay, I guess that makes sense too. Sure, Nissan Altimas have the highest crash rate. Do you want to know what my first car ever was? 1998 Nissan Altima. That was my first car I ever had. And I never crashed the fucker. Not even once, all right? To be fair, I did have a drunk girl hit my car while I was not even in the car. Just, it was parked on the other side, and she just hit the car pulling out of my friend's driveway. Because the thing is, like, everybody talks, this is going to sound really bad, everybody talks about how drunk driving is such a bad I am too. I'm extremely tired of it, and I find it to be extremely frustrating. I don't know why more people don't realize that and more people don't hold them accountable. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't really care too much about it. And I think that they're afraid, and this is, I think, the big issue, right? Is that people are afraid of the perception of the people that already think that they're Nazis. They're like, oh, well, I don't want these people to call me a Nazi. They're already calling you a Nazi. They're already calling you a fascist. You're trying to seek the approval of people that want to undermine you and make you lose. By the extent that you seeking their approval is losing. If you want those people to like you, just do what they tell you to do. That's it. That's the only way they'll really like you. And that's it. Who cares what these people are saying? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, optics is a losing game. Yes, never care about optics at all. What is this?
I pretty much gave up on being like a normal person. I gave up on being accepted by the public. I gave up on living a normal life or, having a family or anything like that. I just felt like I just was not capable of that based off of my experiences that I had. I stabbed somebody and a few other things.
This is in middle school.
I wouldn't even say, because do it too drastically alter people. A few other things.
This is in middle school.
I wouldn't even say, because do it too drastically alter people's perception of me. But either way, a lot of these instances where I kind of was like, okay, this is bad. Maybe it's better that I'm, quarantined in my house. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most rude, nasty, callous.
Why do I literally have aura? What's wrong with my camera? Because I'm not this bright. This isn't Twilight. I'm not a vampire. Why is this happening? It's grease on the lens. Okay, I gotta wipe it off.
Psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into this.
What is this?
It's like a Dark Souls going hollow or something. I had always assumed that I would kill myself after high school. Like, that was my plan. I've just been so afraid.
Oh, yep, that's right.
Afraid of change and so afraid of stepping outside of my own bubble.
I remember that beanie.
Like
my mom got me that.
For me mentally, I felt kind of aimless in a way. I
felt
kind of directionless. I felt like I didn't know what I was doing with my time.
Oh my God.
Worse than that, I felt like I was wasting my time. As a kid, I was actually very much like very conscientious, a very conscientious kid. In the way that I basically didn't really want to be perceived in a negative way.
Yeah, when I was in elementary school and middle school.
Etc.
Yeah, I remember this.
I've always had a big problem with being able to relate to other people because I think that I'm just a little bit off. Middle school as well. I care a lot about how I looked, how I dressed, etc. In middle school.
Absolutely.
I really tried to take myself seriously.
I did.
I tried to have a good impression, etc. Do the right things, say the right things, wear the right things, be the right kind of person. It was always very scary for me to know that, my mom would die one day, right? This was extremely scary. This was the one thing that I didn't want to have happen. I've had a lot of really bad personal shit going on in my life.
Jesus Christ, this video is fucking brutal. Oh my God.
And I've tried to keep a lot of this off stream. Last week, my mom passed away.
Holy shit!
And I'll be honest,
Jesus,
still can't come
guys!
to terms with it. I still feel like every time I say it, I'm lying.
Oh, it's a trauma dumping video, yeah.
She's just on a trip. She'll be back. I'll go into her room before I go to bed, and I'll look for her to say goodnight to her.
Oh, jeez.
Look in her chair where she would sit in.
She bought me that
see if
shirt.
she's there. My mom and I, it was really
or the
just
jacket.
The two of us. My dad was there. He was supportive, and he always has been supportive. It was pretty much entirely on me.
Oh,
Take care of my mom, pay for things, anything like that. It was all on me. Her having this health scare was the reason why I started making YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, this is in 2013.
Because I couldn't bear to not be there and
Yeah.
and help her and take care of her. And back then, we didn't have the money to hire a caretaker or a nurse.
Yeah,
or
we didn't have
anything.
shit.
We didn't have
We didn't
the
have
money to
shit.
have hot water. I
Yeah,
was
well,
just-
we didn't have hot water and we didn't have heat. Like we were straight up living like cavemen, and we had to boil water on the stove, and we had one space heater, and I would give it to her.
was so upset.
You had internet?
I tried.
Yeah, we had priorities.
And I always
That's what we had.
wondered if it was like my fault in a way.
Yeah.
Because I would buy cigarettes for her. I stopped really caring about anything. I stopped caring about what happens to me. I stopped caring about what happens.
I really like the more I get away from it, the more farther away I really had to respect my mom's dedication to the game. Like she was 70 years old, chain smoking on oxygen, eating handfuls of chocolate, just grabbing these fucking handfuls and just shoveling the shit down. Zach, we gonna get Taco Bell tonight? What do you think about some Taco Bell? Drinking Pepsis one after another, and then she's smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, on oxygen, watching Ancient Aliens, no job at all, hasn't had a job for like 20 years. 70 years old. In it for the love of the game. Unbothered completely. And even whenever she lit herself on fire with that oxygen machine, I remember they were carrying her ass out and she said, "Man, I am such an asshole." I said, "Yes, you are. You knew you were not supposed to do." She knew she fucked up. And I remember when I saw her in the hospital after that, and I was like, that wasn't a good idea, was it? She's like, "I don't want to talk about it." I'm like, "Yeah, I bet you don't." Well, the thing is that like that actually, like, I mean, she was already having like she was already crashing out at that point, like literally, right? I mean, like that happening to her actually had nothing to do with her passing away. It just was, it just like it sent her to the hospital. She had recovered completely from all the wounds and all of the trauma from that. She did. And I even had them go back because they fucked up her death certificate, and they said that it was because of the burns. And I was like, well, wait a minute. Like, I talked to the doctor and they said that it wasn't. And they said it was because of smoking. Because, like, basically, it was like a big point for me that I had it to where it said that her death was caused by smoking because I thought it was. I hated smoking. And I knew that they would use that in a statistic to show how bad smoking was. So I made them amend her death certificate to put it as like, this person died because of smoking. That's it.
Other people, I stopped caring about what people think about me, and I felt that the more
So I had to go through that.
I've cared about things, the more unhappy I've been as a person. I want to talk a little bit about my dad.
Oh, God.
Earlier this week, he passed away. It was pretty traumatic, to say the least. And I was there with him the whole time. It was just me and him. You know, I've lost my mom in 2021, lost my dad, and now it's just me.
Like, I feel like a lot of it hasn't even really set in like a big case. It hasn't really affected me. And,
oh my God.
you know, like really, I like yesterday I went into his house and I just, honestly, I just cried.
I remember
right? That. And I'll just say it. And first time I really have in quite a while. He had pancreatic cancer. He had pneumonia 6 times.
He had 2 rows of debuffs, bro. Like, let me tell you, like, oh my God.
You know, I was there with him the whole way, all the way through up until the very end, which was very unpleasant.
I don't know if I'll ever really be the same.
Jesus.
My mom and my dad. And whenever I was growing up, they were the 2 most important people in my life.
I don't really talk a lot about like my feelings and emotions and shit like this, right? I'm not a big guy into getting into it, but it's been hard.
I remember waking up and like hearing her screaming my name.
Oh, jeez.
And for the next like 6 months or a year, maybe 2 years, I would not be able to sleep for more than like an hour and a half, 2 hours without hearing those screams in my head and it waking me up and having to go out and check to see if she's still alive. I couldn't.
Yeah, this was so fucking bad. Because so she would have like these episodes where like they never even really figured out what the fuck was wrong with her. But like she would have these episodes and basically I think they were like miniature heart attacks. Like I have no idea. But it was a thing. And she would be like screaming my name and I would like get up and it would be a fucking panic, right? And this is when we didn't have any money. And I'd be like, you know, do you want me to call an ambulance? She's begging me not to call an ambulance because we have no money. And then, you know, like after this happens, like it happened like 2 or 3 times. Like I couldn't even sleep because I would wake up every 2 hours hearing these screams. It went on for like maybe 6 months. Like that shit, like it was so hard to sleep. Oh my God. Sounds like actual trauma. Well, yeah, it was bad. Yeah, it was bad.
I couldn't get any sleep. I couldn't rest at all.
Yeah.
Anytime I would wake up, it would just be immediately a panic attack.
I would always resent and hate and be angry at my parents for the obligation that they put on me. But I'm an only child and I don't have any other family in the state. So and they were divorced too. So I had to take care of them separately. They didn't take care of each other. And both of them, you know, had health problems that required, you know, that's why it's one of the reasons why I never really moved out. It's one of the reasons why I didn't like, it's one of the, there are a lot of very big life decisions that I didn't make because of them, or I couldn't make. Fortunate now that I wish I'd do anything to have it back.
And this is at the same time that we can barely pay for the house. We're worried about getting evicted from the house.
Oh, yeah.
And have heat. And so, you know, I would go to sleep and like the house would be so cold.
They ever talked to each other? Yeah, they got along really well.
And I always viewed it as like, you know, oh, I'm sleeping out of Mount Everest. And I remember like my glass of water in my room, they would have like ice crystals on the edge of it, right? Because of how fucking cold it was. Growing
It'd
up,
be crazy cold.
My mom was, I think there was maybe 2 years or so where she made above the poverty level in terms of income. And so we basically barely skated by most of the time. I was having to figure out ways to make money.
She had this strategy where she would get a credit card and then she would spend all the money on the credit card. And then she would get another credit card and then she would spend all the money on that credit card. And then she would get another credit card and then she would spend all the money on another credit card. That was it. Did any of the debt hit you? No, nothing happened. Nothing happened. She died with over 6 figures of debt. Nothing happened.
and try to like piece together money. She would borrow money sometimes from my dad.
Yeah,
and it was in general
got away
like,
with
a very,
it.
very negative situation, and so we never really had any money.
You know, like I get really mad very easily. Like I'm just gonna say that, like straight up.
I think
like I used to beat my head with a controller.
What do you mean I used to? I did that like fucking 3 months ago.
I got older and I beat my head with a keyboard, and now I do a little bit of both.
Okay,
Got a lot of
that's
trouble
about right.
like figuring things out on stream, and it makes me feel
Yeah,
stupid. and
I hate reading and learning things on stream. I do.
Out. Like it
Yeah.
just sounds stupid, right? Is there something like legitimately wrong with my head, right? Like autism or something?
This
And I don't
video,
mean that in,
man.
like a negative way
What
at all.
kind-
Like,
what
anyone
is this
who's, like,
video?
worried, like what the fuck's wrong with me? Like why am I not doing this right? I do have problems with anxiety. I do.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. It's a really big issue for me. And sometimes whenever that kind of
Yeah.
takes over, I don't really think very clearly. I get stressed out very easily. About a year and a half ago, I had taken an Ambien the night before.
Oh, yeah.
I'd gotten up, maybe 3 or 4 hours of sleep. I'm walking down to the store. I feel a really weird feeling in my chest. And like my heart rate felt weird. It was the first time in my whole life that I felt mortal. Before that,
This is a
I'd
very uncomfortable period.
some teeth pulled out before then. I'd taken hydrocodone. I overdosed on the hydrocodone to the point where I was having cold sweats. I was on the ground screaming with my arms and legs going numb, my vision going away, just terrified. There was something about this moment that happened that night. It just completely changed my whole perspective.
Jesus.
Right? As I said, it was the first time in my life I ever felt mortal. Right?
Yeah, I went to the doctor. I had them do all these tests on that. That's whenever that was like one of the times I had them do all the tests. Because I was like, if there's anything wrong with me, I want to know if there is. So I went through a blood test. They checked my heart. They did all kinds of stuff, right?
Oh my God,
Yeah.
I can actually die right now. And it changed the way that I looked at basically
Same shit happened to
everything.
me.
It really
Yeah.
bothered me and fucked me up. Just out of nowhere, I hear a crash.
Oh,
I
jeez.
hear glass breaking. I look up and I see like lights reflected on like the side of the door.
Yeah.
And like it's like going everywhere. I go in and the floor is on fire. Part of her is on fire, and also the thing that she had connected to her face with her oxygen machine was on fire because she was smoking with the oxygen machine on. And I don't understand it. I don't. Why?
Because she just did not give a fuck.
Why?
That's the
why
reason.
Do you do that? There's part of me.
And I'm gonna be honest. Now that I'm a little bit farther away from it, like I can see the ridiculousness of it. The fucking machine was on fire, and like there was this big oxygen tank, right? This big machine, and there was it was like a fucking Looney Tunes episode where like, the fuse is going to like the bomb and it's gonna blow up. That's exactly what was happening. And I walked into the room and I stomped it out before it got to the fucking tank. I did. Was nuts. Well, no way. Yeah.
It's very.
I
angry.
unplugged that shit and everything.
I'm very upset. It didn't have to be like this. She was my best friend.
Jesus.
And I would come home and I would be so happy to see her, and she was just so precious to me and so important
Yeah.
to me.
God damn. Bro. What a fucking video. Holy shit. God damn. And the video title is I've Lost Everyone. Oh my God. Yeah, wow. Heavy stuff? Yeah, I guess so, right? And oxygen coming, what is this here? Out of the flaming hose, spits out the fire. It's crazy. Yeah, I know. It was nuts to watch it happen, right? I just went and turned it on. And so, yeah, it's that simple. You're working yourself to the bone to keep her going? Yeah. I mean, I was doing everything that I could. I mean, of course, right? I mean, why wouldn't I? But, yeah, it's just how it is. But, yeah, why would anyone make that is my question. Why would she do it? I mean, I think people do it. I mean, I don't know why. I linked the video. I mean, it's a nice video. I mean, yeah, it was, I mean, Jesus Christ. Some of this shit was depressing, bro. Like, yeah. It's like somebody wrote your suicide. It's like ChatGPT wrote your suicide note. I like that. Yeah, there it is, right? And I guess so. The guy made an XQC video too. Yeah, I mean, like some of the stuff that I guess, I mean, I guess some of the stuff I went through, like, has been pretty heavy, but, you know, I think everybody goes through it. I don't really ever think that, you know, like my lifestyle or life is like really that unique. I mean, everybody has their parents die, and if they don't, then what a tragedy, right? If you die before your parents do, like then something probably horrible happened to you, right? And so it's like that's how I see it, right? And so like I just it's life, right? And it just, I mean, there are a lot of things about life. Like I remember when I was in high school, I kind of realized that, and I was just like, I would just rather fucking die, and I didn't. But here we are, fucking 20 years later. Actually, wait a minute. Almost 20 years later. And I was right about everything. I was. Things turned out pretty much the way that I thought they would, which is the way I didn't want them to. And that's it. And do you feel different? No, not really. I feel about the same. Yeah, I don't really feel that much different. And thank fuck. Yeah, I know, guys. I know. And persevere regardless. Well, you have to. I mean, like everybody does. I mean, like I guess some people don't, right? But in a general sense, I think most people do, and you just have to. I mean, fuck. Like, what else can you do? And that's it. What's your feeling? You didn't have money when you needed it, and now you have more than what you want. I don't care. I didn't care about, like, again, having money isn't everything, but not having it is. Like, yes, money matters a lot. I've got to take a break and like do a few other things and fucking what do you call it? Like, I need to go over to my dad's house and do some stuff over there and like make sure I do like his chores and like take care of his house. And then I need to get a couple of things done for my stream. And so that's the plan, right? Gonna cry? Am I gonna cry? Why would I cry? No, I'm not gonna cry. Why would I cry? I mean, all this happened, right? I mean, like, what the fuck? Like, it's not like it's a secret. Everybody knows this. So, I mean, if things were really going to bother me, I wouldn't share them. Like, that's the truth. And yeah, nobody mentioned a screen tearing issue today. Yeah, but that's because it's still happening. We're going to be working that out today too. We've had a lot of what would you really call it? Troubleshooting for that. And so hopefully we're gonna be able to do that. I mean, there's still things worth living for. I think about gaming 20 years from now. Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, I don't really, you know, I just basically spend every day doing whatever the fuck, you know, like, I don't really think a lot about the future. I try not to. I think that the more that you do, the more that you kind of, I don't really even know what the term is for it, right? It's just the less I think that I'm happiest when I care about the least. Like, whenever I have anything that I really care about, then my life is bad. And when I don't care about anything, then my life is good. And that's generally how it is. Keeps me going, so much money making the game studio. Yeah, there you go, right? You sacrificed much of your life and a long time to live for your parents. Now you need to live for yourself, enjoy the rest of your life. Well, I mean, I did. It ruined it ruined my life in a lot of ways. It fucked up relationships, decisions I was going to make in my life. It fucked up everything about my life. But, you know, that's just what happens, right? Dinosaur game today? No, I need to just start that tomorrow, right? Yeah, duty though? Yeah, of course. I mean, you just do it, right? I mean, that's it. You had to do it. I mean, like, if I didn't do it, who else would be there for them? Nobody, right? So I had to do it. You're still young. I'm 35. I mean, I don't know if I'm really that young, right? But you know, it is what it is, right? You still care about gaming at this stage in your life? Yeah, I do. I do enjoy gaming. You're 35 with millions. You're free to do what you want now. Don't dwell on the past. But what if you don't want to do, like, this might sound very weird for a lot of people, because a lot of people live with a lot of, like, by the time that I was 21, I had done everything that I had wanted to do in life. I was done. There was nothing more that I had left to do. Like, I've been high rated in World of Warcraft. I have hung out with my friends all the time. I've, you know, done everything else. Same, yeah. And so, like, I'm on like New Game +3 at this point, okay? So, yeah. Same dude? Yeah, exactly. Even 2 chicks at the same time. Well, I didn't have $1 million then, so I couldn't do that. And now aim for the presidency? Well, I don't know about that. It seems like a lot of work, man. It seems like a whole lot of work. You saying you might be too old to have children? Ever thought about adoption? Would I ever adopt a kid? Probably not, no. Like, I can barely take care of a plant. I don't want to take care of a kid. Like, if I had a kid, then yeah, sure. But, like, would I go and adopt a kid? No. I mean, I would probably, if anything, I would probably just help out, you know, friends of mine and, you know, like family members with kids instead. I mean, that's probably what I would do, if anything. Do you want to travel to see places in the world? Do you honestly want my answer? I could not give less of a fuck. I could not give less of a fuck. Now, would it be interesting? Yeah, sure, it would be interesting, and I might do that, yeah. But, like, is it something that I have, like, an internal yearning for? Absolutely not. I've always just liked doing me and doing whatever the fuck I wanted, man. And that was it. Is there anything that's happened to you that changed your perspective on what you want? Yeah. So basically, whenever I was in high school, I went to a high school with a bunch of, like, rich white kids. And those people cared a lot about, like, how they were seen. And I just viewed it as, like, such a pathetic, contrived, like, self-indulgent lifestyle that it completely disgusted me. And that, like, before that, I was much more materialistic. And then it shifted because I'm like, wait a minute. I thought I was like these people. These people are pathetic losers. I'm not like these people at all. And then I got switched over to another school because my dad made me go to the school. Because, you know, my dad had a lot of money and, you know, he made me go to the school and I told him I didn't want to go. He said he didn't care. And I was like, okay, well, if you don't care about this, I'm just going to fail every single class. And if you don't take me out, I'm going to kill myself. That was the ultimatum that I gave him. I was 14. And at first, he didn't really take it very seriously. But then I did fail every single class. I got a 0. Like, my GPA was a 0.08. Yep. And I was like, okay, well, because, you know, the idea is that, you know, my dad taught me that if you want to change somebody's behavior, you have to figure out why they're doing something and take it away. So I looked at it and I was like, okay, well, you're doing this because you want me to be successful. So if I am so dramatically unsuccessful, then you will have to stop doing this because it will not be achieving your goal. It worked. It worked. I got to go to the school that I wanted to. They took me out. I got everything I wanted. That's right. Your GPA was that high. Yeah. Yep, there it is. And it worked. And using his magic against them. Yeah, exactly, right? And yeah, just Saudi for Middle East trip. Or more or less tourist destination places. Probably go to like 3 or 4 different countries. I'd love to go to Saudi, Dubai, maybe Qatar. I mean, I don't know. Like, I got a friend that lives in Syria. He's got family in Syria. Maybe go to Syria. That'd be nice. But I had an athlete's GPA, didn't even play a sport. I did. It was called World of Warcraft. But I guess back then it was Halo. I played Halo then. And, yeah. They don't allow gays, though? Ah, I guess I can't go, man. Ah, geez. That's too bad. That was bad. I started listening a couple months ago. Yeah. And, but no, that's what it was. And so, like, that did change my perspective a lot on, like, what I wanted out of life. And, like, before then, I cared a lot about, you know, like, expensive stuff, etc. But then after, like, kind of seeing that at its, like, you know, at least not even a conclusion at that point, but, like, at that point, I was like, wow, these people are total losers. Like, I don't want to be like this. Yeah. Well, in high school was rough because I looked forward to raid nights, but I hated school so unbelievably much. I loved high school after that. Like, I did. Like, I never cared at all about doing well in school. I never cared about... The only thing that I cared about was taking advantage of as many systems as possible, stealing things out of the school, making money from being at the school by selling things at the school, and then hanging out with my friends. Like the schoolwork was all like, that's why I would never skip school. I never skipped school, not once, because I really never was there. I was never really there to begin with. Yeah. Do you know what your parents would want you to do with your life? Donate to charity or a church, anything else? Yeah. They'd probably want me to probably have a kids and family and, you know, be religious. My mom would want me to do that for sure. But, yeah, I mean, to me, like, I think about that. Actually, I'm going to be honest. I never think about that. I don't. What my parents wanted for me, that's not up to them. Because I'm me and they're not me. So why would I even consider what they wanted? Just straight up. It would never even cross my mind. Yeah, gay way of thinking? Yeah, maybe, right? But like out of respect for them. Well, my respect for them is that I have to do what they want me to. Where's the respect for me? No, I'll do what I want. That's it. And heavy stream, I don't think is it really that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, to me. Don't you want a hot tub though? I hate hot tubs. I hate them. I don't like the way they make me feel. I don't. But yeah, I honestly really love school. You know, I loved elementary school. I loved middle school. I loved high school. Like, I never had any problems in school. I always had a lot of friends in school too. Like, would I say I was popular? I wouldn't really say I was popular, but like everybody in like my grade knew me. Not everybody, but a lot of them knew me. And you know, people in I had a large friend group, etc. Right? And so that was it. Yeah, infamous. I mean, there were a lot of infamous situations for me in school. Well, high school, yeah. What's one thing you want to do or try? I don't know. Yeah, I have to really think about it. Yeah, did you get Boontang in high school? No, absolutely not. I didn't have a girlfriend in high school, like, pretty much at all. No. No, I don't know if you could have predicted that. But no, not so much. Didn't you become a streamer? What job or career would you have had? I was going to go to law school. I was going to go to law school, and I had like a 3.8 or a 3.7 or something like that. And so I should have been able to get accepted into the UT law school because I didn't want to move. And that was like counting in, again, it was like counting in some of my early community college classes I had taken, like right whenever I graduated, that I got like C's in. So like inside of like the actual business school classes, I had like 4.0. That's not true. I got a B in one class. But other than that, you know, I had very, very high grades. And so I was going to go to law school, but then I was like, okay, well, fuck this. Was working for the IRS interesting? Yeah, I loved it. Because lawyers can legally lie. The reason why I wanted to be a lawyer is because I played Magic the Gathering, and my friend knew all the rules, and he could manipulate the rules to make him win. And I thought that lawyers could do that in real life, and they could cheat everybody. And I thought that was the most effective way to effectively win the game of life, is that if you knew all the rules, you would know how to manipulate every situation in your advantage. And so that was the reason why. Like, there's no legal reason or, like, moral reason. It was just, like, I thought this was, like, the most effective skill set to take advantage of the most situations possible. Yeah. That's it. And that's why the rich have, like, 20 lawyers. Yeah, exactly, right? Was UT hard to get into? Yeah, I mean, the law school there had, like, a 3.75 GPA average to get into. Or it might have been a 3.7 at that point from, like, transfer students. So, yeah, it was pretty hard to get into. And, you know, Baylor was about the same. But, I mean, like, that was an average, too. I mean, like, obviously, it means half of them were below that. What do you think about the way society is heading? Well, I don't know about that. Yeah, it's a lot. Would you be a prosecutor or a defense lawyer? I don't know, really. Like, I looked at it as, like, kind of having a degree to... Like, the degree was a tool, right? I didn't want to have a job. I never wanted a job. So, like, I would just simply use this degree to generate money. How would I do that? I don't know. Would you backflip on trampoline? No, because I'm not very good at that. Yeah. Ever thought about being a cop? Yeah, my dad said I wasn't allowed to be a cop. He says, we're the other guys. And I'm like, okay. And I was like 11 at the time. 10 or 11. And so, yeah, that was the only thing that I was not allowed to do. Could not be a cop. That was it. Just become a crooked cop? I mean, no, bro, like, fuck that. You actually educated people think you're dumb as a rock? It doesn't matter. I mean, who cares what somebody on the internet thinks? It doesn't make a difference. It's irrelevant. Too scrawny to be a cop? I mean, you could work out and eat more food, right? I think almost anybody could. Cops is the highest rate of domestic abuse among all professions. I don't blame them. You know, like, being a cop is really hard work, and I think that they get hated.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and this is Star Wars Beyond the Unknown, a fan site about Star Wars. Now, if I told you this website belonged to a bunch of nerds or the CIA, which one would you believe? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you take StarWarsWeb.net and go to your web browser right now, hit enter, you'll be redirected to the CIA.gov. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this was not a simple website. What if I told you this is a website where CIA agents communicated with each other about, private secret shit? And then eventually it got hacked by a bunch of other nation-state guys, like the Chinese, eventually leaking out the actual information of some agents and getting them killed. It'd be a pretty wild story. You might be like, Muda, how are you even looking at this page? Well, it's through something known as archive.today. Now, back in 2012, archive.today came out, and I didn't know it up until like a few days ago, but I thought that this was actually somebody who was running it. But turns out, this is a pretty anonymous effort. So anonymous that one of the ways that they accept money is through Monero, a cryptocurrency that is priding itself on anonymity. It's something I probably should have known ahead of time, but this is a pretty important website because aside from cool, interesting things like this, which if you want a video on that, I'll absolutely do it. Let me know if you want to deep dive into the CIA Star Wars website that kills its own agents. Goddamn. But the reason why this website is so important is because ultimately it serves as a way for us to archive the internet. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, the Internet Archive is huge. It stores a whole bunch of things, but it's one of few organizations that stores the internet, keeps it preserved, right? So we can go back and see how things used to be on websites. Now, the Internet Archive is not nearly as good as archive.today. Because archive.today, I would say, covers a lot more websites, and it absolutely captures them a lot better, in my opinion, than the Internet Archive, okay? Now, the Archive Today page has blown up so much, ladies and gentlemen, that, now it's apparently estimated that they're probably sitting on about a petabyte or over worth of information. For anybody that doesn't know how much a petabyte is, that's about like 1,024,000-ish terabytes. For instance, for comparison's sake, my computer alone has about like 4 terabytes of space. So, yeah, it's a lot of internet to host, and it costs a fair bit of money to run, but it's all done very anonymously. And the reason why the anonymity works is because it's an archive that has been blocked by the Russian government, for instance, because, again, it exposes the corruption of the government. There are a lot of, pharma, exposés that actually happen that are captured on sites like archive.today. Which allows people, researchers, and especially journalists to grab information that the government or any of these private organizations will change just so they can actually have receipts at some point, right? To go back to actual reality. Because without archives, without the ability to screenshot stuff, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you right now, the government will get away with a lot of fucked up shit all day, every day. There has to be a way to keep governments and the higher powers somewhat accountable, right? And, as goofy as archive.today might seem for that purpose, it is absolutely intended for that. So why are we talking about it today, ladies and gentlemen? Well, it's because the anonymity is being threatened, okay? It seems like the government is deciding to go after who runs this mysterious archive. Now, the anonymity for this person is pretty important because I want you to understand when the government tries to get information about an anonymous person, usually I would say, and this is just my personal opinion, it's an intimidation check, okay? Because usually with the anonymity, it's why people host like tour relays and host entire places to help people get free access to knowledge, right? There's a lot of people that give access of information to North Koreans, right? They absolutely do the dangerous job of smuggling information over. If their identities were widely known, it would put them and their families into risk, and then they couldn't do a noble task. It's for a lot of people that operate in areas where, freedom of speech is not allowed. They can distribute information anonymously so that they can bypass and give people access to information, which in my opinion is a basic fucking human right. If you don't believe in freedom of speech or freedom of expression, then you don't give a shit about very basic human rights, which is not something that I am okay with, and I don't think anybody should be. So the Internet Archive, a couple days ago, pointed out to an entire link that showcased that they were being subpoenaed. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen, a US DOJ subpoena. Now, interestingly, this subpoena goes to 2cows.com. 2cows is 30 plus years old, and it's hosted in, God bless, my hometown of Toronto, Ontario. Okay, so right here, they sent the Canuck company a subpoena. So I don't know if the FBI necessarily has to enforce this or the Canadian. I think the Canadians have the end say. And given the current tension between the organization, between the countries, I mean, maybe the Canadians will say, listen, man, we're dealing with the 40 grams of fentanyl we're working with, okay? We gotta address other things first before we jump down the well here. But that's a whole different story, nor here nor there. So, by the service of this subpoena upon you by William Greenwell Jr., so Jr. here requests the customer or subscriber name, address of service, billing address, length of service, and of course, means and source of payment, every single thing you can imagine just to gain access to this person's personal information, right? The FBI, governments don't know this guy, okay? Nobody knows who this person is, okay? Everyone's just running with this image of this silhouette in their head, right? Like it's the shadow broker from Mass Effect. It's an anonymous figure. It's anonymous. But the reality of it is that the anonymity helps this person in allowing us to archive everything on the internet. And I think what the FBI is most concerned about is the fact that they're being archived. Their government actions are being archived. Look, ever since the Epstein shit heel that had happened, earlier this year, and it's still going on. Nobody should forget about that. I have actually no positive view of any federal investigation agency in the world, actually. Okay, I think a lot of these guys are literally just puppets for the elite, puppets for the government leaders around us. They don't really care about the average person or actually enforcing a level of justice. Okay, to me, I've actually been so blackpilled that I don't think the FBI or any of these organizations has truly good intentions. They may do good things, they really will, but I don't think they do good things if they come at the cost of what their bosses are going to say or what the elite want, right? Because ultimately, the end, it's not about protecting humanity or keeping any form of justice. It's about keeping the fucking status quo. And it doesn't matter who you vote for, okay? These people the system is so rotted that at the end of the day, these guys don't really give a shit, okay? They don't really give a shit about doing the right thing. So when they want to go to an anonymous service and get information out of them, I almost have to just always, on principle, side with the people that they're attacking, in this case, at least. Especially when it comes to user privacy and safety. So the information sought about this relates to a federal criminal investigation being conducted by the FBI. So it makes me wonder, what the actual criminal investigation is. So one of the things that people were speculating was, were they going after the Internet Archive? And I don't think it's necessarily, not the Internet Archive, but Archive Today, simply because it just relates to a federal criminal investigation. But to me, it doesn't really have to be criminal, from my understanding. It doesn't have to even be a crime. It could just be, completely procedural. But then again, we're getting into hazy territories that I don't fully understand myself. But the thing is, one of the things that also came into my head was that maybe there was some illegal material that may have been hosted on the archive service. But from my understanding, the archive service does go out of its way to remove information based on a litany of reports it'll receive. Now, ultimately, a lot of people do use archive.today in order to bypass paywalls to websites. So I was imagining maybe the current criminal investigation is that maybe they violate DMCA content and allow people to access technically pirated goodies, ladies and gentlemen, which is probably one of the most likely scenarios. Now, the reason why Archive Today is super duper important, and one of the reasons why it is better than the Internet Archive in some ways, is that there absolutely is no opt-out mechanic. Whereas the Internet Archive, I believe it's sites like Twitter or X where you can basically tell the Internet Archive, do not archive anything on our site, and they will comply. But for a lot of people that preserve old tweets or old pages, they use a site like this, which catalogs and archives the page, and there really isn't any way for the page owner to opt out from any of this stuff. Now, you may agree or disagree with that, but ultimately, at the end of the day, when it comes to preserving information, especially information that needs to be preserved to show a record of a certain date, I tend to side more with the preservationists than anything else. And again, it's difficult for me to sit in a world where companies like Meta, Google, and basically all the big tech guys are scraping, books, websites, everything on the internet. And again, these guys basically get allowed to operate in this area. I would say with the assistance of the current judicial system and, even with the fact that a lot of these federal agencies wouldn't dare go after them. So again, if all this scraping is going on, I am more partial for scraping to be okay when it comes for archival reasons as opposed to the amount of AI scraping that is happening these days. Again, if the FBI really cared about copyright DMCA infringement, I think these guys should probably be targeted more, because I would say that they're more harmful for, again, these articles, for these news organizations that typically have their stuff bypassed or their paywalls bypassed. Because if you think that Archive Today is bad, I would say that if you looked into the actual shit models that these guys are pushing out, probably be a lot worse. Now, if you look at the actual FAQ, they really do not hint to who actually runs the archive. But many people have tried to unmask who this is, and apparently it could be somebody with like German origins or maybe even Russian origins because of how they respond to certain FAQ questions. But really, we don't know who the fuck it actually is. And for the benefit of the site, we really shouldn't know who the fuck is running this website, right? It could be one person, it could be a consortium of individuals. Whatever it is, there are people running a site that is wholly dependent on preserving information no matter what. Now, like that Star Wars website I showed you early, you know, if these if these organizations were able to be subpoenaed, grabbed into, I'm sure that there would be some intimidation applied by federal agencies to remove old wounds like the Star Wars website, for instance, so that the CIA wouldn't have to constantly have this reminder that they did do some dumb shit in the past. But of course, you know, when you go to their report tools, for instance, there's plenty of options that, you know, if you want to report for things like even government criticism or hate speech or SEO issues, you know, things like violence, for instance, you can throw in an actual abuse right over here. And provided if your abuse makes sense to the people behind them, they may choose to honor it. But really, it's a showcase that these guys are able to operate this website, whether or not government or corporate entities really have a say in it, which obviously if any corporate entity could control the Wayback Machine or the archive websites for what they are, they would absolutely jump down and do that. And the reason why I'm a little critical about it too, with the FBI like subpoena, is I'm actually trying to wonder like what this is. If the FBI is trying to get an idea of who this person is, maybe give them sanctions or, you know, put them on like a bounty or something like that, or, you know, make an example of them, then really it threatens everyone in the world's access to this information. Look, at the end of the day, I wish all of this stuff was more freely open source, was more freely like, you know, federated to the rest of the world out there. But unfortunately, we're not there. We're not at that point. You know, a lot of people take these sites for granted, especially when it comes to like holding critiques of the government. And, you know, I used to really have respect for the FBI. I really did. I used to think that there was definitely some overall positivity or some care to like helping the people around them. But given the Epstein debacle and even the current administration recently, where, you know, one of the heads of the FBI, or rather the director of them, Kash Patel, recently got into like a bunch of controversy around how we used a private jet. One of them for personal reasons to go see his girlfriend at like a WWE event. And, you know, this wouldn't be that big of a deal. FBI agents are typically required by law and Congress to take private jets over commercial aircraft. However, for personal reasons, you do have to pay at least a commercial, you know, reimbursement or a commercial ticket reimbursement for your private flight on government jets. Because remember, these FBI directors don't fucking own the jets, okay? They are literally flying on your dime, and in this case, for their own personal benefits. And mind you, this is the guy that said FBI directors, you know, shouldn't really be using this shit for personal travel. Listen to this.
Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. Just a thought.
Go take their money. Chris Wray doesn't need a private jet.
We're not the guys running around on private jets. And somebody maybe in Congress should ask for how many flights on a private jet Director Comey took.
Now, that's a pretty good thing, Cash. You know, as an Indian guy, I respect that level of that level of principle. However, this would be a pretty big issue because it turns out that, you know, the actual people that were kind of calling out this stuff, because it should be publicly available, that person was apparently dismissed on Friday. Palmer had been told he could resign instantly or be fired. Flight logs publicly trackable on his jet N708JH shows the actual jet landed on an airport near Penn State. That evening, Wilkins performed a real American freestyle wrestling event, so, you know, some wrestling shit. And the flight logs showed the FET plane later flying to Nashville. Records for the movement were blocked on FlightAware as of Sunday. A search for the government jet generates a message saying that is not available for public tracking per request from the owner and operator. Remember, it's weird. You pay for that jet with your tax money, and now they just want to obfuscate it. You could say it's for security reasons, but at the end of the day, it's just crazy to see a lot of these guys in the government who wanted to drain the swamp basically being the swamp themselves. And again, the reason I bring this up is because a lot of this information could just be archived through sites like Archive Today, which would be used in order to hold the government and, again, private entities that really do abuse people accountable for their mistakes. You know, for a lot of, again, organizations that focused on medical corruption, Archive Today was incredibly important. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I think for a lot of these like organizations, especially for Archive Today, a lot of this target and focus is mostly, at least it looks to me to be like some intimidation check. They never really were interested in this organization before this current administration, but I would say after, again, the constant use of these websites to hold things like the Epstein, quotations from like the FBI directors, and of course Pam Bondi accountable, like that obviously these guys probably don't enjoy. Having actual recorded like statements from a lot of these politicians that are like turning fucking heel now probably is not something that they enjoy. And of course, obviously, let's be real, the paywall stuff, the DMCA shit is probably an angle as well too. But ultimately, I do think that it's another way for the government to look at this and silently intimidate a group, because they just don't like the accountability aspect. And again, I think information should always be accessible. I think anytime any organization kind of like starts peeking into this shit like this, it's bad news. And you know, it used to be like years ago, to me, the United States would be like the beacon for like freedom of information, freedom of speech. But it seems like under this administration, it doesn't seem like these values, the values that really the country was built upon, ultimately matter at the end of the day. But yeah, wild shit is happening. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Today I'm going to be investigating gyms that are disappearing. But why are they disappearing?
From things like bankruptcy to just plain poor management, I'm traveling to visit 4 locations of some of the worst performing commercial gyms to see if I can determine why their numbers are dwindling.
For example, this Anytime Fitness here, I used to hit so many PRs at, so many good memories. And just like this, it's gone forever. Now that you know my why, let's begin this journey.
Starting off with Blink Fitness. Blink Fitness used to have about 100 locations, and now they are down to almost 37. Blink Fitness filed bankruptcy, aka Chapter 11 in 2024 because of $280 million of debt. You think they would stop after $1 million in debt, but somebody kept running up the tab. The most popular competition for them is Planet Fitness because it is so much cheaper, yet this place is actually one of the cheapest gyms you can sign up for. It's like $15 a month here. Before we head in, let's check out some of these reviews so we know what we're expecting. Bring back the equipment cleaning wipes. All the equipment is dirty and has sweat marks on it. You want to be in the video? You can't even see the gym. Holly says, hot, smelly, packed gym with broken equipment, but they do not care. 1 star. Great to meet you guys. Yo, I'm about to head in. We're gonna discover why this place is disappearing. Any words on why it's disappearing?
It looks a little broken down.
Okay. Have you ever been to a Blink Fitness?
I've not, no.
All right, I'm gonna get in there for you, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, let the games begin. However, immediately after entering the Blink Fitness, I was struck with a pretty bad first impression. Can I get a day pass?
Yeah, so you have to download this app right here.
Oh, man. All right, so we gotta download this app to get in. Are you gonna make me put my phone number, put my address, put my email?
Yeah.
One of those. Unfortunately, this Blink Fitness made it very hard to just get a day pass, which might explain its struggling business model. However, eventually I got it figured out. Okay, all good?
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay, I might come around and ask you questions. All right, so first look of this gym. It is definitely an interesting vibe, but let's tour it around and see what it has to offer. We've got Stairmasters, we've got treadmills. It seems to be that this is the functional training area. Like we got kettlebells, we've got a dip station, we got the good old TRX that seems like it's been dipped in mud or an old man's sweat. That's all right, I'm gonna put that down. I don't even know where to go, it's pretty deep. We have an entire area of dumbbells. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 or 8 bench presses. So on any given day when it's a madhouse in here, I promise you, you could still hit some bench press. The heaviest they go is 90 pounds. So that's still, I'm not gonna lie, like being Ronnie Coleman's son, I need 120s minimally. We pretty much have every single piece of pin-loaded equipment. We have shoulder raises, lat pull-downs, chest flies, bench press, even got a nice cable station right here. However, with all this equipment, someone's got to clean it all. There was a review that there was no stuff to clean things with. Guys, you were looking in the wrong places. You got to be looking on the machines for used ones. It's just nasty. This is the same equipment that is going to be in your Crunch Fitness, your Planet Fitness, or any sort of 24/7 gym, which we will be going to a 24/7 gym after this. But they work just fine. And honestly, these feel pretty new. Like, this machine right here, this looks like brand new leather, which just makes no sense because if the gym is gonna be disappearing, then why would you have new pieces of equipment? And so to answer this question, I went over to the front desk to ask one of the employees if they knew the inside scoop. We're here with employee Derek. Derek, why are Blink Fitnesses disappearing? And give me the real reason. I don't wanna hear no BS.
Okay, so you see how all this equipment is like kind of new? What Blink did was they bought like hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars of equipment and then filed whatever, Section 7 or Section 8?
Chapter 11.
Chapter 11 bankruptcies. And then they got bought up by a UK company, so.
But all the equipment's gonna stay.
Yeah, even though it says Blink, so I guess we'll see, but.
It makes so much sense why all the equipment is actually nice and new and literally just recently bought. There was a whole scheme going on there. So even though Blink is bankrupt, that explains the brand new equipment. However, that doesn't explain these negative reviews saying how dirty and smelly this place is, because the thermostat was set to a very comfortable 69 degrees, and I actually did find a bunch of cleaning wipes and hand sanitizer everywhere. I also checked out the locker rooms, which were pretty nice. They had this cool vending machine where you could buy things like deodorant, as well as a scale and a very well-functioning hairdryer. However, there was some paper towels and toilet paper all over the ground in some places, which was kind of unpleasant. That was our first little bit of discovery of why this place is disappearing. Let's talk to the members and find out what they think and how they feel if this place, and when, actually not even if, when this place is gone. Let's find out. What's your name? Benji. Benji, can I ask you a question? This gym is disappearing. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I feel a little torn, but if the people are the same, if the pump's the same, and the price is ballpark the same, we can roll with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This gym just got bought by Pure Gym. They bought new equipment and then filed bankruptcy, allegedly. Do you have any loyalty or any feelings about that? Like, have you come here for a while and you're like, damn, it's changing? Because I had a gym that when I was younger disappeared, and I have so many memories there.
Blink is my first home, so it's kind of sad, and I've always come to this location right here, so.
Bring it in, I got you, I got you, bro. What's your name again?
Rico.
Rico, guys. We need a W Rico in the chat for Rico, guys.
Absolutely.
Look over at the dumbbell section. There's 8 benches. Every single one is being used. I gotta hit chest. That's problematic, but we're gonna roll with it. If I can't do my full workout here, we're gonna have a problem, Blink. We're gonna have a big problem. Is it always this busy?
It's always like something like this.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I mean, it's not even Monday. Let's go. Benji, my goal, I'm gonna raise the vibes in this place.
Let's go.
One last time for Blink. Woo! Let me hear it. Woo!
I appreciate you. It's wild, like literally just the weights. The weight stack is barely used. Everything is literally brand new. Gyms like Blink Fitness allow people to get access to an affordable gym. And if they're disappearing, does that mean that the gym culture, the affordable gyms are all just gonna be disappearing with it? Are other gyms not gonna be around in the future? It's kind of scary, but I guess that's life. I just got deep with you. You just got deep in me. Next up, 24-hour fitness, or should I say, sometimes 24-hour fitness. This gym chain has gone from 400 locations to about 250, filing for bankruptcy in 2020 and having $1.3 billion, you heard that right, $1 billion in debt. Their biggest competitor is LA Fitness, who used to have less locations, but now has more and is doing technically better in business than 24 hours, allegedly. I say allegedly because I don't want to mislead you guys and give you wrong information. I'm using ChatGPT for a lot of this. But before we head in, let's check out some of those reviews of the 3.6 overall rating of this 24-hour fitness. Mehmet says, I've been a member here for a while, but the lack of maintenance is really disappointing, especially in areas like the sauna and steam room. If you're thinking about joining for the amenities, don't bother. Najee says, this is the filthiest gym I've ever been to. Members leave their trash, clothing, and personal items all over the gym. Slavania says, best I ever had. Stay fit while you have fun. 5 stars. There are mixed reviews on this place, and that's why I'm here to settle the debate. Let's go check it out at night. Can I just get a day pass? 2 day passes?
Just letting you know we do close in an hour, like less than an hour.
Less than 1 hour? All good. How much is it?
30.
30 each? Okay. Well, how many minutes do I have exactly?
50.
50, that's not a problem. Wait, hold on, I'm confused. I thought you guys were 24-hour fitness.
Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday. All right, that's reasonable, that's reasonable. First thing I'm noticing inside the gym is that there is so much cardio equipment. I've never seen so many freaking treadmills and Stairmasters in my entire life. Uh-oh, I might have spoke too soon. We've got a used water bottle, and it does say out of service. So I'm just gonna keep that in mind, but honestly, since we have about 150 other ones, it ain't that big of a deal. We don't just have one, but we have 2 multifunctional cable stacks. I'm talking lat pull downs, push downs, pull-ups, anything, you name it. Bro, they even have a little chair for after you squat and you're tired. You could like sit here and, I don't know, scroll on TikTok. We all shouldn't do it, but we do it. Don't lie to yourself. However, in the free weight area, I started to discover some not so pretty features of this 24-hour fitness. What? Oh, whoa. That is not good, bro. Look at this. If you have this big of a hole on the bench, just put the bench like in the closet or something. Like just don't bring it out because this is just embarrassing. Oh my God. Bro, we've got holes everywhere and these are not the type that you want to fill. Trust me, I've tried it. Bro, what the heck happened to this thing? The wire is completely detached. I was really hoping to come in here and actually want to work out, but this is kind of problematic. In fact, the lack of maintenance was so concerning, I wanted to see if their main competitor, LA Fitness, was in a similar state of disarray, which is why I went to one a few days later. We do have some leg presses with a bunch of plates. I don't see anyone around that's on this, which means they left their weights out, which is a problem. What the heck? Someone also left a brand new David bar. How could you leave the best protein bar on the market out on the ground? Guys, this only has 150 calories, 28 grams of protein. Someone could take this at any time. We have about 1,000,001 different pin-loaded machines. Most of them are hoist, which is a very unique style of machine. So besides the big sipper, bro, this gym is a mess. If you've never tried a hoist machine, as you curl, look at this. It's rocking back and forth. Are you seeing this? This is crazy. David bars have the most amount of protein per calorie ratio out of all of its competitors. We've got chocolate chip cookie dough. The chocolate chip cookie dough is fire. So instead of having a boring protein shake, you can eat your calories, which is so much more satisfying and satiating, so you stay full and make gains. But more importantly, that's the tour of the gym. So now let's get into the nitty-gritty and talk to the members to find out the truth here. Do you like this gym here?
Yeah, it's good. It's pretty much offers you everything. And the most important part, it's 24 hours, man.
No, it's not. Only Monday through Friday, bro.
Yeah, but
they're closing in 30 minutes.
I know, but that's like 5 days in a week.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got
so-
you.
But if you guys want to make gains easier and get your protein in, check out David Bar by clicking that first link in the description. If you buy 4 cartons of these David Bars, you'll get the 5th for free on me. Just click that first link in the description.
What if I told you since 2020 they've dropped 33% of their locations?
It's pretty sad.
Why do you still come here?
The sauna, the basketball court, and I live 2 minutes from here.
Okay.
I heard somebody tell me that there is a spa, so we're gonna go check that out real quick. Excuse me, where, is there a sauna?
Closed.
Oh, is it because late?
Yeah, it closed at 8.
Okay. If this gym was to be one of the gyms that disappear, how would you feel?
Kind of sucks because I like the cardio equipment.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, there's a million treadmills and everything.
You can literally do like CrossFit in here. I've been to the sauna and the steam room
They
and
told me it's
everything.
closed, but
It's
can
closed now,
I
but
see it? Is it still there to look
Yeah,
at
we
or no?
can go look,
Let's
yeah.
go. Apparently there is a sauna, a steam room. I see the pool.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna imagine what the sauna is. Is the steam room and the sauna nice?
They are, yeah.
Okay. Is it dirty?
It might be. It could be.
Oh, it could be.
It could be.
In a good way?
In a good way.
Hey, like an old guy sitting with no towel type? All right, we are in the locker room. No one's in here right now. I would not be filming otherwise. We've got dirty stuff on the floor right here. And then if you go this way, the entire sink area, we've got a random bottle here, toilet paper on the ground. I don't really know what's going on here, but we're just gonna walk away. Yo. Look,
Listen, I'm all for being natty, but this is the first time I've ever been in a locker room that says steroid warning. They're acting like they're everywhere. Like, just watch where you step.
we're about to start the workout and I'm already noticing 2 things. 1, the lighting is mid. 2, we've got napkins on the ground. Somebody is not cleaning up after themselves.
And to make things worse, shortly into my workout, I got told that I was not allowed to film in there anymore and that I needed to leave.
Am I kicked out?
No, but we have some complaints about things, so
I'm gonna go over there in the corner, no one will be in the camera. They're allowing me to do this one more exercise and then I am out. I think they're hiding something, if I'm being honest with you. I think they know that I'm here to figure out why these gyms are going out of business. And I think they wanna cover up something and they don't want me exposing it.
But if I'm getting kicked out, then so be it. Because I got 2 more gyms that I gotta go to figure out why gyms like my precious Anytime Fitness are disappearing.
Next up, Mayweather Boxing and Fitness. I've got my gloves, I've got my
33% of their
now. Is it here? I'm filming otherwise. We've got dirty stuff on the floor right here. And then if you go this way, the entire sink area, we've got a random bottle here, toilet paper on the ground. I don't really know what's going on here, but we're just gonna walk away. Yo. Look,
Listen, I'm all for being natty, but this is the first time I've ever been in a locker room that says steroid warning. They're acting like they're everywhere. Like, just watch where you step.
we're about to start the workout and I'm already noticing 2 things. 1, the lighting is mid. 2, we've got napkins on the ground. Somebody is not cleaning up after themselves.
And to make things worse, shortly into my workout, I got told that I was not allowed to film in there anymore and that I needed to leave.
Am I kicked out?
no, but we have some complaints about things, so
I'm gonna go over there in the corner, no one will be in the camera. They're allowing me to do this one more exercise and then I am out. I think they're hiding something, if I'm being honest with you. I think they know that I'm here to figure out why these gyms are going out of business. And I think they wanna cover up something and they don't want me exposing it.
But if I'm getting kicked out, then so be it. Because I got 2 more gyms that I gotta go to figure out why gyms like my precious Anytime Fitness are disappearing.
Next up, Mayweather Boxing and Fitness. I've got my gloves, I've got my skills, and I'm here to be a detective. Mayweather Boxing and Fitness is owned by Floyd Money Mayweather. He's like that short guy that's really good at boxing. He's kind of like me, but he's just different. He's better. And at their peak, they had 70 locations, and now they've reduced over 50% of them. Unlike all the other gyms we've gone to so far, they have not filed bankruptcy, but they have had reports of financial struggles. They have extremely expensive memberships, and that might be one of the reasons that it's hard to get people in their door. But before we go in, let me read some of these reviews to know what I'm getting myself into. Might be one of the reasons that it's hard to get people in their door. But before we go in, let me read some of these reviews to know what I'm getting myself into. Sean says, very nice and fancy venue. Cardio is intense. I will say it is a very nice area. Like, there's a bunch of stores, a bunch of shops. We're standing on turf, and their Google images do show them training out here, which is pretty cool. As a group fitness class outside, that's pretty nice. Brittany says, apparently you have to come 30 minutes early or they will not let you come in, even though I've taken boxing before at a different location. Didn't ask to reschedule me or anything, just said that I couldn't come in. Do we for real need to come back? Yo, every light is off. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back, and I'm back for vengeance. I've got Floyd's merch on, sorta. And Manny Pacquiao going on the attack. Listen, they were closed last time I was here. I'm Jesse James West. All right, we're about to go in. what's your name?
Martin.
Martin?
Yeah.
Martin, I will Venmo your mom $100 if you're subscribed to me. No way, no way. Yo. He subscribed. There we go. I just paid you $100. Everyone on three, we're gonna say subscribe. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Subscribe! Yo, I swear to God, I swear to God, they called me earlier to confirm me coming. 5:15 arrive? Okay. And it's freaking locked right now. They told me 5:15. I swear to God, bro. 5:45 my class starts. They have 15 minutes to somehow show up, but I was told to meet here at 5:15. What?
When you finish recording, you may hang up or press the pound.
Bro, I bought this shirt on Amazon for no reason. Oh, are you? I'm here. I'm Jesse. Are you here to open it up? Yeah. Oh, thank the Lord. Hello. I booked the class at 5:45.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, I thought you guys were gonna be closed because I came one time like last week and it was closed when it was supposed to be open.
Yeah, so our members would get like anything if for some reason a class was canceled, but we're only open during class time.
Only class times.
Yeah, we're not.
Okay.
All throughout the day.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right, we'll tour the gym now. May I ask what these are called? This is a wrecking ball. We've got treadmills, all 3 of them. We've got heavy bags. Dumbbells all the way up to 50 pounds. For a gym that's gonna be a group fitness class, it makes sense. You know, you're gonna have a lot of different variety. You don't really need the hundos out here. Over here we got not just 1 bob, but 3 bobs. Expect the unexpected, buddy. So that's pretty much the gym, but next I had to find out why these gyms are closing. So are you Coach K?
Yes.
Okay. The Mayweather branch of gyms used to have like, I think 70 or more, and now there's about half. Is there a reason why?
I think because it's franchised, so it's very local and regionally dependent on how it's ran. Boxing is a very specific niche. Only the people interested in boxing
are gonna go here. Okay, that makes sense. Right. Is Floyd gonna be here today to 1v1 me?
He is not.
He's not? I thought he, his name's on the front.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately not today.
Oh, have you met him?
I have, but not
You've met him? So then, since he's not here to 1v1 me, you're down to 1v1?
Not 1v1, but I can one-on-one coach you.
Deal. Okay. Let's do it. Let's get to class. Let's have a good time.
Sounds good.
All right. Mayweather boxing class.
Why Denmark is suddenly declaring war on immigration.
This is Denmark, a country of just over 6 million people. For
Finally
decades, it's been famous for being one of the happiest places on earth.
Yeah,
Universal health care, free education, a society built on trust.
This is the reason, by the way, you can't accept a bunch of immigrants, is because the people are going to come in there and they're not going to have these values. They're going to change everything, and they're going to be a drain on all these systems. Systems like this work only
This is gonna be easy. Listen, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how to wrap my hands. We're just gonna go. On the screen is Floyd Mayweather showing you how to do the exercises. It's actually pretty helpful. I don't know what I'm doing, I'm just gonna do the best I can. If I'm being honest, it's not easy to follow along. She's saying, do all 6 punches. What punches? I'm a bodybuilder. I'm doing too much on this one. Coach K just stopped literally everything she was doing to help me with my form. Listen, I'm not any pro boxer here, but she's taking time out of her class to help me directly as if it was a personal training session. It's awesome. Oh God, come on. This is not easy. We are moving on to some weightlifting, tricep extensions, and bent over rows. That's the only time you're gonna find me bent over, okay? Oh my gosh, guys, it burns so bad. Woo! All right, we're taking an outdoor lap. Let's go. Finish strong, baby. Did not expect to have this much fun in a boxing class.
Hard work, dedication on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Hard work, dedication.
Great job, guys.
Woo! Mayweather fitness and boxing. Mayweather, I'm kind of a fan now. Let's go to the next gym.